So I plug our little venture here, and my mom sends me a text. Hey, don't forget about Twitch. Text back. Are you serious? She's like, yeah. I'm like, enough from you.
A lot of producers on this show, David.
I know.
A lot
That's
of people.
exactly what I'm thinking.
I'm a big Entourage fan. And whenever they were doing something, Jeremy Piven would look at the E character and go, I'll throw you an EP on it. It's like we got a lot of EPs out there, David. We got a lot of EPs.
Man, come on now. I know it was on ESPN Plus and all, but come on. Might be a few people watching this. I would never let him wear those colors. Takes all.
Looks like David Byrne from the Talking Heads. It's a big suit right there, man. That was a Stop Making Sense suit right there.
I don't know. Was that, how many years ago did you fit into that suit?
These poor sons of the bitches.
Let me tell you.
You weren't watching, but they're going to, I don't know if they'll show the
That's
save.
a dirty play.
It should have been 5.
Totally.
Should have been 5.
Should have been a misconduct.
Well, even if, they were talking on air, they could have given him a 5-minute boarding, let him stay in the game. Because it's not an automatic game misconduct. And I thought that was the right call. But they finally get one on it.
Right.
And what happens if the power play keeps going? They got 3 minutes and 20 seconds left right here.
They got the whole rest of the period.
But this is the one.
No, the 2-1 when McDonough.
McDonough makes a save, and then they come down and stuff it.
There you go.
Yeah, more of that.
People around the country are like, them as Stanley Cup champs, not bad.
Yeah, better than Dallas. Don't kid yourself. That was one woman. That right there, and then it ends up in the back of their net, not more than 30 seconds later.
Just pass. Yeah. Only Ovechkin does it better. I actually think Bob got a piece of it, didn't he?
Yeah, it hit up underneath his arm. It got him between his arm and his body. But when it's going 93 miles an hour, it's kind of tough to stop. And then this crap's going on.
Yep. Andrew Burnett, I listened to his post game. Andrew Burnett must have said, will want to 11 times. Well, it's an indictment from a coach. Oh, let's hope this works.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you. And how the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? And we're doing double duty this week. And not just Florida, but Michigan and Toledo, Ohio, for that matter. The Florida and Michigan Sports Networks. And for those of you in my co-host Mark Miller's neck of the woods, just give us a try for this week. Anthony's got the week off. And so instead of doing best ofs and what have you, they're simulcasting another property that they own, which is us, Miller and Moulton. I'm David Moulton.
That would make me Mark Miller. A lot of work went into the name of this show.
Right.
38 seconds outside the front of the building that we're in right now.
Back in 2006. And you, of course, are from Michigan.
I'm born and raised in Saginaw, Michigan, a Michigan State grad, so pretty fun to be on in Michigan this week. And hopefully you guys in the Mitten State will enjoy us for 5 days before Anthony comes back next week.
And there are a few, actually, things that connect Florida and Michigan besides just I-75. So hopefully sit back and enjoy the week. We do want to say to those, up north, if you will, in Gaylord, we know you were hit by a tornado late last week. Hey, we get hurricanes in Florida. We understand. And knock on wood, hope you're all okay. And if not, hopefully things get back to quote unquote normal sooner rather than later. What a sports weekend dominated by the PGA, but a lot of other things going on.
Obviously the hockey, the basketball, the Preakness, but it was the PGA and Justin Thomas in unbelievable fashion, having to play against the elements on Thursday and Friday, playing spectacular golf despite getting the bad draw. And then, well, coming from behind and going low yesterday when not many others could.
When 67 3 under is going low, you understand how tough the course is playing. You know, that wasn't 63, 64, 65 going low, which had been low scores in the other 3 days of the tournament. No, going low was a 67 yesterday. That's how tough it was playing. Did you like the track, by the way?
You know, for the quirkiness of it, and how the tee shots were going over tees, watching on television, you didn't really see that. Other than showing the graphics of how the course looked, when you were watching it, you never really had that impression. I thought the course looked fine on television. I thought the PGA represented well as a TV product, and we don't always say that after a golf tournament. I thought it was terrific.
And, you know, don't know if people care about this sort of thing, but those that are really into golf, when they restore a course, and then you've got obviously how much more distance there is nowadays, 8 to 11 under had won the 3 previous PGAs. And that goes back 82, 94, and 2007. 8 to 11 under was the winning score. And Mark, I figured, they made it nearly 300 yards longer, but, come on, with the way they hit it nowadays. And so for it 5 under to end up being in a playoff. Now, granted, the weather conditions were a little different than when they normally have the PGA. First off, those other 3 PGAs were in August, and it was hot as the dickens. All right. But, I thought that the redesign, the Dickens.
Is that the first time you've ever gone with Dickens? We've been working together for 15 years. I don't ever recall you going Dickens before. Charles or.
You make a dadgum good point. As we indoctrinate those up north to Bobby Bowden, who we quote often. It might be the first time I've gone Dickens, Charles, or otherwise, come to think of it. There's a much better chance I've gone Charles.
Exactly.
But I was paying to that sort of thing all week, how the course would play and hold up, and whether or not this would end up being a 14 under PGA. And it turns out it's a 5 under PGA. And was it a good enough television product? And then for those that don't know, I was in St. Louis for the week. I was part of the Joe Buck, Michael Collins, Omaha Productions, Peyton Manning's production company, Megacast. And they filmed that in St. Louis. I mean, Peyton and Eli do the Manning cast from their basements. And so Joe Buck lives in St. Louis. we all went to St. Louis, and we were at the PBS station studios in St. Louis. And so we weren't in Tulsa, Oklahoma when we were doing it. So from afar, Mark, that was one of the things I was paying attention to. I'm like, historically, how will the course hold up?
And it held up just fine.
Yeah.
And then some.
Yeah. What, third biggest deficit overcome on Sunday, tied for the third biggest deficit overcome on a Sunday to win a major?
Hey, look, I like the little things from it. I like the fact that these guys, and they didn't really complain openly, but the fact that sand traps were hazards.
Right.
If you hit the ball into a hazard, you were penalized for hitting the ball in a hazard. And when these guys have gotten to the point where their bailout on misses is, hey, I'll just aim at the trap on the left, and if it doesn't hit that part of the green, I know I can get up and down. It changed the complexion of everything, because the bunker was by no means I don't know what the percentages ended up being. It had to be the worst sand save percentage in major golf in I don't know how long.
Well, I know on Thursday and Friday, the save percentage was 44 and 45%. Now it's over 50 on the PGA Tour. And Michael Collins, America's caddy, as he goes by, he said, hey, we're spoiled on tour. Absolutely, completely spoiled. He said, so I know that these guys are not happy with the bunkers being hazards. On tour, we aim for the bunkers when we get in trouble. Well, just put it in the front bunker. We'll get up and down. Here, no, not necessarily.
Because you can't control a chunk and run. And
Nope.
that's all they could hit.
Yeah.
They couldn't spin the ball. So they had to do what most of us do when we play golf, is hit it and hope it rolls out close to the hole. So if you were short-sighted in the bunker, you were done.
Bunkers got a little easier on the weekend after the rain.
When it got wet.
And also maybe got some of the pebbles that were out and what have you, made them a little smoother, a little easier to play, a little more consistency. But Justin Thomas, 29 years old now, it goes by quickly. When he wins the major 5 years ago, it's like, ooh, could be one of those young guns going to take over the sport, etc. And he called himself out at the Masters. He said, listen, it's not that I've gone 5 years without winning a major. He goes, I've basically gone 5 years without contending in a major. He said, I just have not been good enough. And it's on me. There's nobody to blame here. And even at Augusta, he opens with 76. Now, he played great the next 3 days to get a T8, but, you open with 76. Barring the unforeseen, you're done. And so you're right. He was on the wrong side of the draw. It played like a British Open the first 2 days. He lost a stroke to the field both days because of where he teed off. And so in a way, it's almost as if I thought the golfing gods on Sunday said, hey, you do your part and we'll get you real close.
I think when we look back on this win, it will mean a lot more to what he accomplished, I think, than it does right now because of how well he played on Thursday and Friday. Yeah, he won the major and won the PGA yesterday, but it wasn't because it was in part because of just how well he played against those wins on Thursday and Friday especially. What a round of golf that was on Friday by Justin Thomas, because it was ugly Friday morning.
367s on the board for JT. Thursday, Friday, Sunday. And thought he had lost the tournament with a 74 on Saturday? But comes from 7 back, only 4 back as Zalatoris, however. I didn't think it was as epic a collapse as it was being portrayed. It was just a one-shot lead. It was a tee shot. But people are saying it's the biggest collapse since Van de Velde.
One of the worst swings I've seen since Van de Velde.
Wow.
That was when he didn't follow through. When that little short-armed follow-through came, I don't do my own comment. You, out of the two of us, are the commentator from the couch.
Yes.
David will do play-by-play and color by himself at any given point in time. I shrieked. I was just kind of like, what? What is that?
You know how
What is that swing? And as someone who's a hack golfer, I think the hack golfer could relate to clamming up a little bit and freezing up. But oh my goodness gracious, he didn't even complete a swing.
have you ever been to a pro-am, or have you ever seen when someone does golf swing impersonations? And that's what I thought that swing was. And then I was trying to figure out, okay, who is he trying to impersonate here? Was this a bad Trevino? No, he finished differently. You know, I'm going through my swings here, trying to go, man, whose swing was that? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Because it looked like a 14 handicapper swing.
It really did.
And that's never good when you're trying to protect a one-shot lead on the 72nd hole of a major. And you do feel badly for the guy. I mean, you know, ranked 100th in the world. He's only been on tour 10 months. This obviously would be life-changing.
And hopefully it still will be for him. I think if you'd have told, it sucks if you'd have told the guy coming into the week, you're going to finish third at the PGA, where do I sign up?
And it's going to be a tremendous disappointment. Right. You're going to tie your best ever finish in a tour event, and it's going to suck. Tell you what, though, he threw the gauntlet down for a whole lot of people and a whole lot of sports that won't do the post-game interview. Like Rory didn't talk to the media yesterday. Now, Rory always talks to the media, right? But it does come back to a bad look when Mito Pereira, after doubling 18 to lose the PGA Championship, and now he's standing by with our Amanda Renner. Right. Mm-hmm. To everybody else who's like, it's too tough of a loss. Really? Really? Your loss harder than this one? You can talk. You get paid the big bucks, you can talk.
And he was very gracious.
Yeah.
To say the very least, after doubling 18 to lose the tournament.
I think took it better than most of the people who were watching. We're feeling so badly for him. Miller and Moulton. That's who we are. I'm David Moulton.
That makes me Mark Miller.
15 years we've been doing this. And those of you in Michigan and Toledo who are, taking us in for this week, we hope you like what it is that you hear. We talk mostly sports, little guy talk thrown in occasionally. Good guest list. We'll let you know kind of some of the segments that we do on a regular basis coming up on the other side here on Miller and Moulton.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
U.S. Open. I don't. I think he should give himself the extra 3 weeks to a month. I think he should tee it up at St. Andrews. Or actually,
My God, did you see that dunk last night? Oh my gosh.
What?
No, that Dre in the Twitch chat said, speaking of onions, I wonder if Luka is still trying to wash Wiggins off his head. Andrew Wiggins baptized Luka last night.
had a big game.
Yeah, the whole Mavs Heat finals thing really was a pipe dream for the Mavs. Oh, Mac in the Twitch chat went to an A's game. No encounters with rats or possums. Damn.
So, Mac, you were, what was it, 7,100 that day? So you were one of the 7,100, huh?
On a Wednesday
So
afternoon?
you're talking about the dunk that they called a charge?
They called it a charge, but then the Warriors challenged it, and they found out it ended up not being a charge.
Oh, okay. And he hit him with his hand. He didn't dunk over his head. The hit was you guys get all excited about that Ja Morant's dunk 2 weeks ago was 40 times better than this dunk.
Oh, yeah, of course.
He pushed him with his left hand. I just watched it 5 times.
Nah, but his arm was under his arm. It was more like a
It was
like
a
natural
push
motion.
with the left hand. He knocked Luka down with his offhand. He didn't dunk on Luka. He shoved Luka with his left hand and dunked with his right hand.
He also jumped from the dotted line.
Then you just said he baptized Luka. It's not about the dunk. It's
No,
about
he
what he did to Luka. He
baptized
didn't
him.
do anything to Luka. He pushed him with his left hand. Every play is not the greatest play in the world. That's all.
It was a nice play.
There you go. Felipe, there you go. Hey, that was a really nice dunk last night. Did you see that? No, I didn't. Let me look at it. You know what, Felipe? That was a really nice dunk. But when you build it like that, I'm expecting to see Dr. J take off from the free throw line and dunk on Michael Jordan's head. And instead, I watched a guy push off with his left arm.
I mean, he
It should have
jumped
been an
from pretty
offensive
far
foul.
away.
I actually, with the first call, it was an offensive foul. It was a push off. It was a good dunk.
I wish.
No, Mac. It was 7,100. We do the attendance for A's home games. It was 7,106.
Who were they playing?
Didn't they play the Twin? No. Yeah, Twins, right? Last week, the Monday through Wednesday,
Yes.
played the Twins.
You think that's why they got? I mean, I'm surprised with 7,100 on a Wednesday afternoon.
That it was that many. But I think we did some research. Didn't we find out they're doing like $2 tickets or something on those 12:30 games?
Yes. $2 tickets on Wednesdays.
Right. So,
Okay, that makes a little more sense.
and they still only double their attendance.
Freaking any college kid in the area can just pull up. Hey, I'll have your cheapest ticket. And then it'll be $2 plus fees, plus gratuity, plus tax, plus tip, plus blah blah blah. It'll be like $20.
Where are we on? Flint, Gaylord.
We're on in Detroit, Flint, Grand Rapids, Traverse City, Gaylord, and Toledo. So you got the rejoiners, the Florida, Michigan rejoiners.
Yes. They're only 10 seconds though.
Well, they shouldn't. It's a rejoiner. Right.
Okay.
But there's not. What music did he put underneath them? The Florida Sports Network music? Okay, so there's not much music after is what you're telling me.
Exactly.
So that's the biggest thing. You have to come out really after it says it.
Ready to go.
20 seconds.
God, this clock is all messed up. It's like a minute and a half fast over here, which totally messes me up. I'm going to have to change it.
That's why you have these hands.
Don't laugh. They came in very helpful that first segment.
All right, here we go.
Florida and Michigan. One got to play Ohio State for the 2006 national title. The other is still sore about it. Now back to Miller and Moulton.
Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, a Florida-based show airing in Michigan and Toledo this week with Anthony having the week off. Thanks so much for being with us.
You know how many good hot dogs we could have this week just at the stations that we're on in Michigan?
Just
start at the Toledo station with the Tony Pacos. You got the whole Detroit hot dog scene. You got Yesterdog and GR. You got Angelo. Well, they used to have Angelo's in Flint. I don't know where I can get a Flint style dog. I'm guessing Angelo's is still there. It's been a while.
Why are you doing this to me? Why?
Love a good dog.
You know how hungry I am all the time, but particularly in the morning during our show.
Eat one of those bars that you've been munching on.
Exactly. Right. Those.
Have a cardboard bar.
No ketchup though.
That is correct.
They don't even have it in these stores. Okay. Let me explain something to you. You go to Lafayette, Coney Island, or American Coney Island, Detroit, Michigan, you get Coney sauce, mustard, and onions. There's no ketchup. In fact, I believe it's a high crime in suburban Detroit to put ketchup on a hot dog.
I just want to know what happens if you ask for ketchup. Do they punch you?
They should.
I think they just disdainfully look away and say, who's next?
In fact, for our folks in Michigan, our text line, I'll give out the Florida text line. It's the same thing you do up there, but it's a different keyword. It's FSN radio to 21,000. Go ahead and tell Felipe, our young producer from Miami, Ohio, what you would do to him.
Miami,
Florida. So the Toledo, Ohio thing's in my head. The young Miami kid here, what you would do to him for asking for ketchup on a hot dog at one of these great establishments.
Felipe Alvarez, 21 years old, graduated college a week and a half ago, basically. And he's very eager. He's probably going to have a very successful career. He usually falls asleep at some point during the show. All right. So, but you can't get good help these days, and you certainly can't get it for a morning show. So we're stuck with Felipe, and he's stuck with us because he needs that first professional gig on his resume. So just when sometime during the 8 a.m. hour, when all of a sudden we sound a little distracted, it's because we're trying to wake Felipe up.
And as David mentioned, we are Miller and Moulton. If you caught any of the megacast of the PGA, you would have seen one David Moulton working with Joe Buck and Michael Collins. By the way, just give me the rundown. That was a long 4 days. You forced me to buy ESPN Plus, which I had never intended on doing.
I did not force you, but Club Pro Guy was making an appearance during the time that we were on ESPN Plus, and I know how happy Club Pro Guy makes you.
And he made me very happy during that segment as well. I don't know how happy he made the executives at ESPN. I don't know how happy he made the golf world, but it was elite, to say the very least.
Don't be nasty.
Well, and Milano, is that he was sensational. Those two that, I've laughed because I told you I'd get along with Joe. These are people I've been following on social media probably as long as he has. And so I was pumped to see both get their due on a national level.
And that is something that I am curious about, those of you in Michigan and Toledo, plus our audience in Florida. The whole concept of the megacast, did you like it? Did it work for you? Because I thought it was an interesting mix when Joe said, hey, may need you if we're going to try to do a Manning cast with the PGA Championship. I was like, really? That's interesting, because golf's pretty staid and traditional, and its audience is older. So I could understand the alternative broadcast trying to appeal to a younger audience, etc. But would it work? It's gotten much more positive response even within the golf world than I thought it would, for what that's worth.
Well, the guest list you had was second to none.
It was amazing. I mean, Joe went through his Rolodex. Michael went through his. I mean, we got Justin Thomas live on Friday, all right, back at his,
wherever he rented, whatever house
right.
He rented for the week.
And we ended the Friday megacast with 8 minutes with Justin Thomas, who at the time was the clubhouse leader. at the PGA. And it was pretty revealing. I mean, he gave you I'm watching it thinking to myself, well, you're getting more out of this post-round interview than you get if he was sitting at the podium or if he was talking to Amanda, just off the 18th hole there.
Well, and I thought the revealing part was Michael Collins says, hey, I know when you get the bad draw, you're going, man, bull this. And you went out and played. And the first thing he says, that's the first thing I said. He goes, that was the first thing I said. I was ticked off that I got this draw and basically got screwed by the weather. So I thought his honesty about that was something that you would never get walking off of 18, David. To me, they're still very guarded when they're on the golf course. He's in a robe laying down on a couch with his dog over his shoulder.
And the reason that he was on was because Harold Varner III had gone back to his place, had showered, was in his robe, and fell asleep on the couch. Thankfully, JT stayed awake just long enough to do the interview, and then he crashed on the couch. It was surprising to me how many people were willing to go along with it. And since you and I have done this for a while, and I think even the audience can tell, there are times when a person agrees to an interview and they do it almost out of obligation. And then there are times when people are giving an interview and you could tell, wow, they're really into this interview. And it struck me, Mark, over the 16 hours of live television in 4 days, that I don't know if there were maybe 2 guests that were doing it out of, yeah, sure, I'll do it, but they weren't super into it. People wanted to be a part of this, which I found, particularly in the golf world, which I found surprising.
And it was, on the listening side, I think it was pretty obvious that no one was mailing it in, so to speak, from the interviewing standpoint, that they were engaged with Joe and Michael and having fun. And you had them from all areas. You had athletes, you had golfers, you had golf commentators, and then some actors and some people from the Hollywood world, which was, Will Arnett was spectacular, just taking Jason Bateman apart. I mean, brick by brick, just mowing down one of his friends, which I thought was pretty funny.
And then doing golf commentator at the end, moments ago. But we had no idea. Listen, this was figured out on the fly for those that did watch, because we had a 1-hour rehearsal on Wednesday. And
just think about that, a 1-hour rehearsal for 20 hours of live television. And it's never been done. This had never been done before.
No. And it basically, that 1 hour was to make sure that technologically it was going to work. So when we have a person on Zoom, we can get it in, it'll work. The delay's not too bad. Oh, okay, great. So, Joe and Michael were winging it.
Hey, you haven't had somebody smoke on air since the Hollywood Squares, and Daly just ripping a heater.
John Daly had 4 heaters during his interview yesterday. 4. Yep. I thought the best answer was Joe just said, John, where are you? Because John's in his bus. And he says, I'm in a church parking lot, which is probably where I should be. Joe's like, well, it's Sunday. You're in the right place. But to have John Hamm and John Daly on a show at the same time. I mean, if you were open to this concept, if you were wanting golf, this was probably annoying. This was like, I hate this. This doesn't interest me. But as one of our listeners described late last week, to me, it was a long and entertaining podcast with golf on the screen.
And I ended up watching, mostly because of you and the guest list, and you let me know who was coming on. I watched a lot more than I thought I was going to. And the thing you and I had talked about before is, how will the golf look?
Right.
Because when you want to watch golf, you want to watch golf. And even though you guys were doing something completely different, the golf that was on in the background, it was always the main camera that ESPN was showing. It was always the A camera, if you will. I thought the golf was easy to watch when you wanted to watch it. I would have wanted a few more leaderboards, a few more graphics of who was on the screen. That would have been my one golf thing. But all in all, I thought the golf was easy to watch.
We wanted that too, and that was something that couldn't be worked out with the different trucks and what have you. We were in agreement with that, but it was about 75% of the screen that was devoted to golf. Miller and Moulton in both Michigan and Florida. Thanks for being with us.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the Chicken Bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Buy it.
I think it's like 8.
No. I got the Hulu Disney Plus.
Oh,
I
okay, got it. Well, yeah, with an 8-year-old, you might as well.
Right. I'm like, honey, we got Disney Plus.
Oh, the shopping cart, 5:21 a.m. yesterday. I walked the shopping cart back across the highway.
Did it in the dark, huh?
Yeah, well, I mean, we had to leave. Joe was picking us up at like 6:40. So, but I got up.
Colin stay there too?
No, Collins stayed at a different place. Collins came in with the ESPN executive every morning. But Steve, Joe's trusted sidekick, Steve doesn't live too far away. He drove to the hotel, parked, and then Joe picked the two of us up. Joe lives 5 minutes from the hotel.
Now, is Steve with you guys on the road? Or
Yeah, Steve's with Joe everywhere. Steve worked with Bob Costas back in the day. Joe hired him pretty much right when Fox made him the main baseball guy. So Steve's been with Joe over 25 years. Steve Horn, smartest person I've ever met. Most well-read, intelligent person I've ever met. Always learn something every time I'm around him. Yeah, Arch, absolutely. I've never been on the, Joe was trying to say, relax, Moulton, it's basic cable. I go, Joe, maybe basic cable to you. I go, this is premium effing shit to me.
basic cable?
Yeah, basic cable, Moulton. Take it easy. Okay.
That's such a good line.
Yep.
Wow. I just read a stat that is a testament to the Warriors changing basketball forever. Draymond Green has more playoff threes than Dirk.
Well, remember we were talking last week. It was the anniversary of Magic's, historic performance when the Lakers beat the Sixers in 1980, and there were 8 3-pointers attempted in the whole game.
Yeah.
A game that had 230 total points in it, and there were 8 threes attempted. None of them made.
Post-ups, drives, post-ups, drives.
Got to admit, if it's not Steph and the Warriors, because they're pretty, They are fun to watch. The ball moves with them. I'm telling you, I'm having a hard time right now. It doesn't help that the games for the most part are not close. That's another thing right now.
Well, they were down big in game 2, and then they just mounted the easiest comeback because no lead is safe with the Warriors.
Well, but I mean, I'm talking about all the playoff games. There actually have been very few close games.
Right.
Like you had to stick with Miami, Boston for it to become a close game.
It has been a topic of interest.
Yeah. I mean, why are the games really not coming down to the final 2-3 minutes? You know, Wancho, that's not a bad idea if it happens again. I mean, Nick Saban agreed to come on Saturday morning.
So Saturday morning, I'm at Maddie's softball awards banquet. You want to talk about an hour of your life you're never going to get back. I have just bought ESPN Plus. I am sitting in the stands like I'm on the phone listening to Nick Saban, making no apologies to any, looking right at my wife going, stop me.
15 seconds.
Canada Relief. I have no idea what I'm getting paid, when I'm getting paid, or by who I'm getting paid. None.
Here we go.
Michigan and Florida, connected by tourism and I-75. Now back to Miller and Moulton.
Thanks so much for being with us on this Monday morning. Hope your weekend was good, and we understand for those in the Gaylord area, it was not. And hopefully things will get better, and they will get better quickly after getting hit by a tornado on Friday. We understand that in these parts in Florida where, well, every few years a hurricane comes through and riles things up, whether we want it to or not. Miller and Moulton is the name of the show. I'm David Moulton.
Would make me Mark Miller.
And we've been doing this 15 plus years, mostly in Southwest Florida. We've branched out on the Florida Sports Network here in the last 8 or so months. And for this week, we are filling in for Anthony on 5 Michigan stations and in Toledo, Ohio.
Hello.
Right now it is time for
The Starting Five. 5 stories you need to know. It's the Starting Five on Miller and Moulton. Here's number 1.
And it's really false advertising what we just did. It started out 5 years ago. This is our third act. We did 10 years as Act 1, 4 years as Act 2, and now here we are in a third act. And it started out as just 5 stories.
Well, he wants to let you believe that. It didn't. The concept started out, it was going to be 5 stories.
Maybe the first week.
Conceptually, it was 5 stories.
Right. Then I kind of morphed it into 5, sports or topics. Like we can go golf, we can go hockey, we can go basketball, we can go NASCAR, and we can go auto racing. There we go. There's our 5.
As someone said, it's really a starting lineup. It's just how long that lineup is every morning.
Mito Pereira had a 3-shot lead, and then, he had a 1-shot lead on the 18th tee. And then, like many of us trying to win that $10 match, we put it in the drink. Only in his case, he was playing for $2.7 million in the PGA Championship. He made double. That allowed Justin Thomas, Will Zalatoris to enter into a playoff. And it's one of those 3-hole aggregate score. Do you like this playoff, by the way?
I loved it. I loved this because of the holes that they played. I not always an advocate, but I have no problem with the aggregate scoring. I like it better than sudden death. Okay. And I don't think the 18 holes works in today's world, if you know what I mean. Like the US Open playoff just doesn't.
Right.
That style doesn't work anymore. But I mean, they had a par 5, a drivable par 4, and a really difficult hole. I thought the choice of holes was spectacular.
Justin Thomas went birdie, birdie, par. Zalatoris went birdie, par, par. So JT wins his second major, and it just happens to be his second PGA 5 years apart. For Zalatoris now, that's 2 second-place finishes in majors. It's also his 5th top 10 in a major in like 8 starts. He has more top 10s earlier in his pro career than any golfer ever. Will Zalatoris has. There you have it. Tommy Fleetwood with a 67 to finish T5. And Rory, another backdoor top 10 in a major. 68 on the board to finish 8th. Hockey. We haven't even gotten to it in these parts. The team that was the best throughout the regular season is a game away from being eliminated, and that game is tonight. Man, what was that Pedro said about the Yankees?
Who's your daddy?
Well, the Lightning are the Panthers' daddy.
There is no doubt about that. Holy cow.
5-1 the final. Vasilevsky, 34 saves. Kucherov was tremendous with a goal and 3 assists. Tampa Bay with 2 in the second, 2 in the third. And to think they were a goal away from elimination 5 games ago. Remember when Eddie Olczyk said, entering overtime, the entire league is rooting for the Toronto Maple Leafs right now? Yeah, they were. And the entire league may not get a second crack at these guys. Listen, I don't think Carolina or the Rangers are beating them either. I think that they're in the finals.
I'm with you.
I mean, I really think it's going to be entertaining, other series and this, that, and the other thing. We'll occupy ourselves for the next 3 weeks. But I think you can book Colorado and Tampa Bay right now.
Starting to look that way, David. Especially with the Blues goaltender Bennington getting banged up there, and he's done for the series. I thought, and now Edmonton's up. This is going to be a long series in Alberta, so you're on to something there, David.
And that series is going to be very entertaining. That Calgary Edmonton thing, it could be. McDavid right now though is also threatening to just take a team on its back and steamroll everyone in its path, but. That Battle of Alberta could go 7. It could be historic, the whole deal. It just seems as if they're just providing entertainment, though, at this point. We did talk about it a week or so ago. Should the NHL really start cracking down on the goaltender interference, maybe some suspensions, the whole deal? I've never recalled a playoffs in which this many goalies have gotten hurt during the playoffs.
And all from the same type of thing.
Guys just charging the net.
And the one team that should be doing it is the Florida Panthers, and they haven't done it yet because I would have advocated that a long time ago playing against Vasilevsky.
Well, you were looking for it in game 3.
Yeah.
In fact, I think you were looking for it in game 2.
There you go.
Rangers got on the board against Carolina. They won 3-1. They trailed 2-1 in that series. Canes are still outplaying them, though. Shesterkin had to make 43 saves. Evander Kane had a natural hat trick. Connor McDavid has 23 points in 10 playoff games. 23 points in 10 playoff games. 4-1 Edmonton. They lead the Flames 2-1. NBA, Golden State's a game away from going back to the finals. That sounds nice, doesn't it?
Well, the NBA thinks it does as well.
Oh, man. They are just loving this. Warriors 109-100 in Dallas. Notice the difference in these stat lines. A couple of guards have the ball in their hands a lot. Luka had 40 points, 3 assists. Steph, 31 points, 11 assists. I'm just saying. Wiggins also had 27 points, 11 rebounds for Golden State. Warriors out-rebounded the Mavs by 14. No NBA team has ever come back from 0-3 down. I think 4 of them have forced a game 7. But no team down 3-0 has ever won. I think it's 146-0 right now. So if you're Dallas, channel the 0-4 Red Sox. Game 4 tonight in Boston. Heat lead the Celtics 2-1. Boston a 6.5-point favorite. It might be because we don't know who's going to play for Miami.
Well, that was a hell of a hockey game they played on Saturday.
Well, and let me tell you, there's more on the injured list than they'd ever reveal in a hockey series. Jimmy Butler and PJ Tucker are both questionable with knee injuries. Tyler Hero is questionable with a groin injury. Max Strun, Kyle Lowry, Gabe Vincent, all questionable with hamstrings.
It's the Dolphins or the Heat.
Robert Williams looks to be out for the Celtics. They got another couple guys who are
Marcus
quote
Smart
unquote
was the
questionable.
ankle. He's not going to be 100%.
Right. So Celtics, though, needing a win at home. They were in this spot against Milwaukee, though. They were down 2-1 at home. They won. 6.5-point favorites. Seems like a lot of points to me. Baseball. Did you catch this story between the Yankees and the White Sox this weekend?
All of it, yes.
With Josh Donaldson and Tim Anderson, third baseman for the Yankees, shortstop for the White Sox. And Anderson 3 years ago he was talking about trying to bring fun back to the game. And he said, nobody's having fun anymore. And he was talking about bat flips and things like that. And he was joking when he said, I'm trying. I feel like I'm, one man out here alone. I'm like the Jackie Robinson or trying to have fun. And Donaldson got on base on Saturday and called him Jackie.
Yeah, and that's racist. That's what they're saying. And
Yeah.
I am
Right. Now,
I'm confused.
Anderson didn't like it. His teammates didn't like it. Grandal, the catcher, was the one who Anderson told his teammates in the dugout, next time Donaldson comes up, Grandal gets in his face. And Donaldson, after the game, said, I joked with him about this when I played somewhere else 3 years ago. I've called him Jackie before. Donaldson, bit of a blankety blank, though, in the game. I mean, one of those you won on your team and the other 29 teams don't like him. So he doesn't have the greatest reputation. I mean, he's a really good player. Doesn't have the greatest reputation as a likable guy. And so most people were not giving him the benefit of the doubt. Even his own manager said he shouldn't have done it, which I got to admit, Boone 100% had backed his players as manager of the Yankees until this. First time I ever heard him say something bad about one of his own guys. And they played a doubleheader yesterday. I don't know if they scripted it this way, but Anderson didn't play the first game for the White Sox, and Donaldson didn't play the second game for the Yankees. So they were never on the field and in the game at the same time. White Sox swept the doubleheader 3-1 and 5-0 from the Yankees. Rays lost to the Orioles 7-6 in 11. Marlins beat the Braves 4-3. Alcantara went the distance. 6-hitter through 115 pitches. Game took 242. There is so much about that never happens anymore. A guy was allowed to give up 3 runs and go the distance through 115 pitches in doing so, and the game time was 242. I mean,
give it up.
Everything about it.
The Sandman.
It's a really good pitcher. They don't have enough hitting. Tigers double up the Indians. Oh, that's right. They're not the Indians anymore. 4-2 Detroit over Cleveland. Alex Faedo got his first career win for the Tigers. He gave up 2 runs in 5 and a third. I know it was the Guardians just having a little fun. The Reds avoided a sweep in Toronto. Votto with the homer in the 8th to beat the Jays 3-2. Phillies got 1 in the 9th, 2 in the 10th to beat the Dodgers 4-3. Mets won another series. They beat Colorado 2-0. Their lead is 8 in the East. And they've got 4 pitchers on the IL. I have no idea how they're doing it. Cardinals 18-4 over Pirates. This was the 11:30 game yesterday, Apple TV or whatever it is. But all I know is the sucker was over by 1 o'clock Central.
People are freaking out on the Apple TV games.
Yes, they are.
Every fan base gets one and just loses their proverbial mind.
Yeah. Yep. Boston got a Frenchie Cordero slam in the 10th to beat Seattle 8-4. They swept the 4-game series, and boy, much needed. Red Sox have won 5 in a row. Twins 7-6 over the Royals. Houston took 3 of 4 from Texas. They won 5-2. Nats over the Brewers 3-2. Milwaukee still have a 3-game lead in their division. Cubs beat Arizona. San Diego over the Giants. They swept the Giants. Only half a game back of the Dodgers. 10-1 the final. Angels over the A's 4-1. Scott Dixon, fastest ever pole qualifying in Indy 500 history. A little over 234 miles an hour. Thank you very much. Hey, Jimmy Johnson just went faster than he's ever gone before, and he's a 7-time NASCAR champ. He qualified 12th at a little over 231. Thank you very much. Imagine doing 2.5 miles.
No, I can't. Unless I'm in an airplane.
Speaking of auto racing, Ryan Blaney won the All-Star race and $1 million. And one NFL note, very quietly, the Browns re-signed Jadeveon Clowney to a 1-year, $11 million deal. That's why we wondered, how in the world did Jarvis Landry only sign for $3 million plus incentives? Sean Payton did say on the Megacast, Mark, that he likely will return to coaching. He just needs a break. Doesn't know if it'll be in a year or 2 years or what have you, but
Miami or Dallas?
oh, at Dallas.
Okay.
Just
Making sure.
back up the truck on that one. Unless McCarthy wins and ruins the grand plan. And that, gentleman, was
That was the starting five every weekday morning at this time on Miller and Moulton.
getting chastised because I didn't mention the Man City match. I very rarely go European soccer. That's a character flaw on my part. I'm sorry.
I don't know if it's necessary. I really don't.
It was pretty unbelievable, though.
For soccer, 3 goals in 5 minutes is off the charts.
Yeah. And when has to do with aggregate,
right,
different places.
Right, for a championship. Although they had a crazy one like that 2 weeks ago where a team that was trailing in the match and in the aggregate scored 2 goals in stoppage time and then scored the game winner in extra time.
Right, that was the Champions League game.
Right. This was the Premier?
Yes.
Don't make me whip out the accent in the first hour. You don't want me going there, Michigan and Ohio. You don't.
No, I'm just trying to. I'm almost going to give out a phone number for the text line right now, David. You've got me so nervous.
John Forslund to talk some hockey and Bob Harig to talk some golf, all coming up 1 hour from now. We are Miller and Moulton, and we're on 12 stations right now, and that's a big mistake.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
So, David, I think you, as a huge fan of fast food, should go as one of the McDonald Land characters on Bourbon Street after the game. I'm thinking Grimace.
Well, I've got the body type, the big round face. I was always a big fan.
I mean, you're more of a hamburglar by nature, but body type, you're more of a Grimace.
I like it. So you want me to drag this costume into the Ritz-Carlton in New Orleans?
I want you to wear it in the booth, but I don't think that'll go over well. I think if you walked up as Grimace and stood next to Aikman in the booth, I think he'd fire you on the spot. And I don't think Buck would be able to do the broadcast. He'd laugh for 3 straight hours.
Thanks for listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network. Alanis Morissette plays God. She doesn't have a word in the whole movie. She goes, beep. I think that's the only thing she says in the whole movie.
Wonder if she had to join the union for it.
It's a great question. It is spectacular. I mean, it takes every part of modern religion and just Chris Rock's in it. Chris Rock plays Jesus' brother. Chris Rock falls out of the sky as an angel and thuds naked. And he looks at Linda Fontaine when he goes, what? Yeah, she was a virgin. You think they didn't do anything after that? Tiger Woods playing the U.S. Open, right?
Yes.
Well, 4.3 is not working, apparently.
$98.1 and $770. I don't know what to tell you. Out of our control.
Dogma. Brown chicken. If you like religious movies that mock religion, I don't know if there's been a better movie ever made. Especially if you're Catholic. And if you're Catholic and have a sense of humor.
What's it called?
Dogma. You as a Catholic school grad, I think would fall over laughing. Don't watch it with your mother. You know who Kevin Smith is, right? The Clerks and he's it. The guy that does it. You know, Jay
Dude that always wears hockey jerseys.
Right, Jay and Silent Bob. It is. Jeremy Piven's in it. I mean, it is an A-list of bit parts, if you will.
I liked Carlin. It's about as serious of a rom-com as you could have. The movie Carlin did with Affleck, and when Affleck as a widower and eventually connects with Liv Tyler.
Yeah, I've never seen it, but I know the movie of which you speak.
It's a thought it was a pretty good movie. Carlin's got some funny lines in which he's basically getting Affleck to get his head out of his you-know-what.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Except for this week, when we're on the Michigan Sports Network, which includes 5 Michigan affiliates and Toledo, Ohio. Thanks for welcoming us into your world. We are Miller and Moulton, based out of Southwest Florida on 4 Florida markets, numerous stations, but 4 Florida markets. And thanks so much for being with us. We do have a poll question.
It's Tiger-esque. Why wouldn't it be? I mean, if you're going to do a golf question.
Well, there's 2 big things that come out of the PGA, whoever ended up winning it and our poll question.
Should Tiger Woods play in the U.S. Open?
It's in 3.5 weeks. You got to get there in 3 weeks. I mean, we just saw the longer period of time that he had between the Masters and the PGA. And you could say he caught a bad break with the weather because it got cool and with his back and all that, and whatever. But I mean, listen, physically, I mean, he's hurting right now. I don't think he should play the U.S. Open. Hogan didn't play a lot after his car accident, and he was 9 years younger than Tiger when he had his car accident. Now, he recovered physically better because he didn't have anything physically wrong with him before the car accident. You know, Tiger has the whole back situation, which is separate from the leg, where he's had, 5 surgeries, had it fused, the whole deal. And so I think in cold weather, Tiger's got 2 issues. He's got the leg, and I think he's got the back. I mean, it's certainly his swing looks that way. I mean, that swing gets pretty short, looked to be all, arms, quite frankly, and not a whole lot of torso or legs at times during the PGA. But, Hogan never played more than 6 official events a year after his car accident.
And this is 3 weeks away for Tiger for the U.S. Open.
Right.
And there is no way physically, to me, watching him, that he could recover. I mean, here he had said going into the PGA, he was feeling much better than he was for the Masters. By the time the tournament came, he didn't look it.
No, he looked every bit as bad.
And then by the time he left the PGA on Saturday and then withdrawing and not playing in the Sunday round, when he walked off Saturday, didn't do any interviews. Everybody I was with had some people over on Saturday afternoon. Everybody was like, well, he's not playing tomorrow. I think I was the only one going, he'll tough it out. He always toughs it out. He figures out a way to tough it out. And they're just looking at me, and they were all right, going, no, he's not.
Well, there's a couple reasons why I don't think Tiger should play. But the biggest of which is, if you were a friend of Tiger's, at what point do you say, hey, buddy, you've always said I'm not going to tee it up unless I can win. How in the world can you think you can win the U.S. Open in 3 weeks? I mean, win it, not make the cut in it. How do you think you can win the U.S. Open in 3 weeks? As opposed to, do you think you can contend at the British at St. Andrews in 7 weeks? I mean, not just Tiger's record at St. Andrews, because obviously he was a different golfer then, but, oh, by the way, he's won it twice there. But we've seen older golfers, Mark, on links-style courses. I mean, Phil won the PGA a month shy of 51 on a links-style course. If you just want to stick with the Open Championship, Watson at 59, Norman at 53, nearly won, both of them. Jack was in the final group on a Saturday of a British when he was 56. I mean, for whatever it is, between your mind and your hands, if you still have both, you can get around on a link-style course and be very competitive.
The putting's easier. At St. Andrews, not dealing with any hills.
You're going to hit the ball in a bunker. You're going to have a couple of awkward lies in bunkers. That goes with links golf. But outside of that, maybe some heather. You can get yourself in some long grass occasionally. But the odds are you don't have the huge side hill lies. You're not going to have a lot of uphill and downhill lies. You're not going to have a lot of uphill and downhill walking.
Mark, John Daly was on the MegaCast yesterday with Joe Buck and Michael Collins, in which he was asked about Tiger. And Daly said, well, first off, I really wanted him to take a cart. I knew he wouldn't. Okay, but I think he qualifies under the ADA like I do. And he said, but I know he won't take one. But he said he can play the British. He said, because even I can play the British. And what Daly said was for him, and he thinks it's probably the same way with Tiger, we need a hard surface. We need a firm surface. And he goes, that's what you're going to get there. You're going to get a firm, flat surface. Daly said he'll have to be careful getting in and out of bunkers. Although, if you remember, one of the 2 times he won the British.
Never hit one in the bunker.
And to be honest, Mark, I guess he's got to be careful walking through the Valley of Sin on 18. Because that's really the only 6 steps down, 6 steps up on the whole damn course. And, I mean, if you were a friend of Tiger, wouldn't you say, I know you want to play in the U.S. Open. It means a lot to you. You've won it X number of times. I get it. But come on.
If you were friends with Tiger, do you think you could call him buddy? Just going back to where, hey, buddy. I think if you opened with that, I don't think he's going to listen to you.
So our poll question is, should Tiger play the U.S. Open? If we had a second poll question, it would be, if you were friends with Tiger, what do you think it is you call him?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, pal, buddy, champ. I mean,
that's all.
Tiger, Your Excellency. I mean, what is it you think you call him? You're allowed to call him
Tiger.
I don't mind.
I don't think Tiger would take buddy very well. That's just me. I don't know.
It's a new Tiger these days, Mark, or at least that's what they say.
He might look at you, laugh, and go, what did you just call me? Whereas before, he would have thrown you out of his friend circle for that. So you might be right.
I mean, maybe the choice D is an expletive. Buddy, pal, Tiger, expletive. Maybe those would be the 4 choices in the poll question. It's not going to be our poll question.
I loved, by the way, John Smoltz on the MegaCast telling the story of playing in the five-some with Tiger, his buddy, and 2 other players. His buddy who was a 12. And the 12 makes an ace on a par 3. They had a 1, 2, 3, 4, and a 5. And apparently Tiger was the one with the 5.
Right.
And as Smoltz picks the ball up out of the hole, he looked at his buddy and says, I don't know what they're going to believe, that you got a hole in one or that you beat Tiger by 4 shots on 1 hole. To which Tiger told John Smoltz he was number 1.
And as Smoltz says, he proceeds to play the next 22 holes 12 under. Just to show us he was just ham and egging it out there, just having fun with us. But the minute that we gave him grief, Smoltz said he just showed us what he could do. I did think Smoltz explaining, though, how it works for baseball players on the road, pitchers anyway, with playing golf. And at least it did for him with Bobby Cox. And that all 5 starters would play. And obviously the guy who was pitching that day wouldn't. And he said, this way we always had a foursome. And we played every day on the road, he said. Every day. I thought his line was funny. I had the black book. I had the courses and the names and the numbers and what have you. I set up the golf. The other guys' jobs were literally to show up on time.
And the part of it, we all knew about Glavine and Maddox playing, but what Smoltz explained is that every starting group that he had in Atlanta, if they didn't know how to play, they learned. And that all 5 guys played, and it was a big part of what they did, and he actually thinks it lengthened all of their careers. And that Bobby Cox was the only manager because everyday players can't play golf. And so some teams will just say, nobody can play golf.
And he always thought Bobby Cox understood it, only referred to him as the greatest manager he's ever had 17 times in that interview.
And he always has. If you've ever heard a Smoltz interview, he cannot just get over how great Bobby Cox was to play for. In large part because he let him golf all
Every
the time.
day,
But
right.
then again, I mean, 3 of those 5 guys were Hall of Famers too. I mean, if you're Bobby Cox, you can't look at the rest of the team and go, are you as good as them? And outside of Chipper, okay, everybody else like, nope.
And it was still worth it for Doyle Alexander in winning that division in 87. I'm just saying.
Boy, that could be a poll question. Hey,
Not maybe the best take in Michigan, but I will say as someone who grew up there and remember that trade and Doyle Alexander not losing a game when he played for the Tigers after getting acquired, it was worth it.
well, I think it was the Phillies who made a similar deal. They went out and got a key setup guy, Larry Anderson, I believe his name was, but they gave up a AA first baseman in the process named Jeff Bagwell, who wasn't showing a ton of power at the time. No, the Red Sox made the trade. The Red Sox made the trade. He helped them win the division that year. He was tremendous down the stretch. And Bagwell was stuck behind Mo Vaughn. And he hit 4 home runs in AA. And so they made the deal. And it looks about as bad as John Smoltz for Doyle Alexander. And yet, if you were the Red Sox and the Tigers at the time, you're like, hey, those guys are great.
We won the division. Damn Homer Hankies. Still don't like the Twins because of that.
Well, and that's when baseball just did it on a rotation basis as to who was hosting what series. I mean, the Tigers had like 15 more wins that regular season than the Twins, and the Twins had home field. Worked that way in the World Series, too.
Right, the every other year.
Right. The Cardinals had 15 more wins than the Twins, and the Twins got to play 4 out of 7 at home. That's how they did it back then. Miller and Moulton. So the poll question officially, and you got to go to floridasportsnetwork.com, right?
That is correct.
And then we tweeted out at that Mark Miller, at the David Moulton, and on Twitter at FL Sports Network. But please vote in our poll question if you haven't before. And I'm guessing those of you in Michigan and Toledo have not.
And as David said, he is the David Moulton. I am that Mark Miller on Twitter. If you want to hit us up that way, you can text the show by texting FSN Radio to 21,000. FSN Radio is the keyword to 21,000. Do it once, and then you can hassle us all week long. If you're listening in Michigan, those of you in Florida, well, you can hassle us as much as you'd like any time of the day.
John Forslund to join us at the top of the hour to talk some pucks. I'm guessing he's calling Lightning and Panthers once again. He did it on the radio yesterday. And Bob Harig to talk a little PGA Championship. All coming up, Miller and Moulton.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the Chicken Bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com, flgolfcarts.com.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Hops, that's a really good point. This is a unexpected opportunity for Mark.
Oh, you dirty dog, you.
What?
I'm seeing opening lines for week 1 college football, but there's lines out for the season. I would love to get that. I just can't find them. Ohio State has lines on their biggest games. Love to know what the Ohio State Michigan spread is. Is okay, that's basketball.
Yeah, Dratharian, I don't think that's going to have legs. It's just trying to have some fun.
There we go. Oh my God. Michigan's a 14-point dog to open against Ohio State already.
Really?
Want to have a little fun here?
Sure.
Wow. Interesting stat here. Big Ten records versus winning teams the past 10 seasons. Ohio State's 85%. Michigan State's the next best team in the conference against winning teams. Then Wisconsin. They're the only 3 teams with winning records. Interesting. My boy Doug's got to be fired up. 1 and 2, or 1 and 2 went down in softball.
Yeah, Florida State.
And Alabama. This was the Texas head coach. Softball.
Who was he giving that to?
The umps in the Oklahoma game in the Big 12 tournament. He went nuts, got tossed, and then threw the bird at him.
30 seconds.
How's it going over there, Felipe? Everything
Going well.
Everything working?
Yes, sir. Here we go.
Michigan and Florida, where, let's face it, if it wasn't for Tom Brady, there would be 4 bad NFL teams between them. Now back to Miller and Moulton.
You know, Vicky makes a dadgum good point.
Why are you trying to upset the Tampa market?
Well, I'm just stating facts. I mean, even Bucks fan know, man, thank goodness Brady chose us. These last 2 years have been fun. This next year should be fun. Otherwise, I mean, they had become the Dolphins. Weren't doing a whole lot of winning. A whole lot of mediocrity at best. Just saying.
You know, Dolphin fan is really having trouble right now. David, I happened to be at it was a celebration of life. It was one of my wife's coworkers' father who had passed a few months ago. And we went to the celebration yesterday. And there were stories being told. And the one guy, finishes telling this great story about Randy. And says, I'd never seen him ever really lose his temper and someone shouts in the back and says, "Unless it was a Dolphins game." And the room just lost it. And it's like, it is amazing. Even the nicest guy in the world, football can bring you down when your team's that bad for that long.
We are Miller and Moulton. For those of you in Michigan and Toledo who are listening going, where's Anthony? Who are these guys? Anthony's got the week off. And so since the gentleman and the consortium that owns the Michigan Sports Network also owns the Florida Sports Network, they said, well, instead of running best ofs, why don't we run these 2 Yahoos? And, you guys decide just how big of a Yahoo we really are. So we'll be on for the week. John Forslund and Bob Harig coming up next hour, talking a little NHL and some golf.
Last week, in fact, the beginning of last week, points, we started getting, the NFL starts leaking their schedule and these little leaks starts happening. But the point spread folks started putting out college football point spreads, the early lines.
Oh, that's dirty.
It is dirty. And there's one game that's played Thanksgiving weekend, either in Ann Arbor or Columbus, that kind of is a big deal up there.
Right. I've heard.
Yeah, I figured as much. And after Michigan finally got the Buckeyes last year, they're rewarded by being a 14-point dog in the early betting lines.
Oh, I'll tell you, no respect at all.
No kidding. C.J. Stroud, the Heisman front runner.
Well, let's see if Bryce Young of Alabama. I mean, you got to think on paper. I mean, no one's ever done what Archie did nearly 50 years ago. Tebow had a couple cracks at it. And winning it as a sophomore and obviously prominently displayed on good teams the next 2 years. But you got to think Bryce Young's got a real shot.
Absolutely.
I mean, because like Ohio State, they're going to be favored in every game they play. I mean, there's a real chance of throwing a donut up on the board, at least getting to the conference championship game. I mean, Bama's got some tough games, but like they get A&M at home, they got to go to LSU. Arkansas, Ole Miss, if you think they're tricky, they're on the road this year. But, they don't play Georgia. They don't play Florida. I mean, they play Tennessee and somebody else in the East. I mean, you really think week 2 at Texas? Texas just had nobody drafted. I mean, do we really think Bama's going to struggle?
No, not one bit. But right now, the odds makers have C.J. Stroud
Right.
just slightly ahead of Bryce Young. I'm not taking anything
Right.
away from Bryce Young, just merely reading odds. But I'm more concerned with Ohio State being a 2-touchdown favorite over Michigan and how the Michigan fan feels if they didn't have the disrespect card going, it's out again.
If you could get the hook, would you throw a few shekels on it now? If you could get 14.5, would that interest you?
Well, I mean, just buy that half point. It's always advantageous to spend money on a half a point somewhere because that always works out well for folks.
I think it comes through 3 times in your betting life.
Correct. So no,
All right.
the hook wouldn't matter. That's a big number.
It is.
And I just want to, because the season will progress and then this line will be completely different by the time we get to November.
but I thought 14 was a pretty damn big number for an opening number between Michigan and Ohio State.
They are the clear favorites, though, this year. They bring a lot back. We know Michigan lost a lot, lost both coordinators.
Well, and that's the biggest concern I have, is losing both coordinators when they seem to have things figured out, and one going down to work with the Canes and the other going back to work with the Ravens.
How about this, though? I mean, those guys weren't there that long. I mean, Jim reshuffled the coaching staff for last year's team.
But that was supposed to be what the big difference was. We got younger. We were more exciting. We got a better attitude. All this youth that I brought in was the difference. Well, the youth just left.
Speaking of Michigan, did you see Juwan Howard had a chance to interview with LeBron and the Lakers? I say LeBron and the Lakers because, I mean, do you really think he's going there to work for Jeannie Buss and Pelinka and what have you? I mean, you know, if you're interviewing there, you're interviewing because, well, I want to coach LeBron. Oh, yeah, I guess Anthony Davis is also on the team. But, I mean, you know, you're going there for the last great run that LeBron probably has left, at least with them. I mean, who knows who he's playing for when, you know, Bronny gets drafted and he's 40 and he just wants to play his final year or two in the league with his son. And yes, if I'm a GM, I would sign Bronny just to get LeBron. I don't care how old he is. I would sign LeBron. I would sign Bronny if he plays 10 years in the league so I could get 50-year-old LeBron. I mean, by that point, I think he'd come off the bench. He'd only be good for about 15, 18 minutes a game.
Still average 6 assists a game.
Yeah,
If you're
seriously.
Sacramento, do you just go ahead and grab them?
Totally. Oh, my goodness. I take him first overall.
The king on the Kings.
Oh, come on now.
That's good marketing.
Hey, what if you're the Pistons? What if you're the Cavs again to bring them home? I mean, seriously. First off, in the NBA, you know how many guys who drafted first overall don't work out? I mean, so what? I don't care if Bronny can play at all. I get LeBron. Even if it's for 2 years. What would the Bucks have given up if they had to? They didn't have to. All they had to do was sign it. But, I mean, Tom Brady, at near the very end of his career, and you say to Tampa Bay, would you give up the first overall pick of the draft for Tom Brady? Well, how long am I going to have him? 2, maybe 3 years.
What that's done for that franchise. They went through a 10-year waiting list in about an hour and a half, and no one was going to Bucks games.
No.
And now they've got a waiting list for season tickets again. Now, they won't the minute Tom Brady leaves, but at this current moment in time, there's a waiting list for season tickets. There's a priority list to get in for Bucks season tickets.
Yeah, but
So, no, I'm backing you.
And besides that, they've contended for 2 championships and won 1, and they're going to contend for a 3rd. I mean, come on. Even a 40-year-old LeBron 3 years from now, I mean, he's going to be able to play. He's not going to be, you know, probably one of the best 8 players in the league. So he'll only be one of the 20 best players in the league. But he makes people around him better.
Well, right.
You know,
Just
he's
let him
not
run
Luka.
let him run the point
You know,
at that point.
yeah. I mean, he'll be a point power forward, but so what?
I feel like I'm the old local car agency there.
Point shooters, center, shooting small forward
Yeah,
guard.
really, whatever it is, and the game's transforming all the time. But hey, don't laugh. And it's not just because we're on in Michigan and Toledo this week, but the Pistons are coming. It's going to take 2 years.
Yes.
But think about where the Pistons are going to be 3 years from now.
Yes.
The Pistons are going to be a playoff team, and they're going to have a good young nucleus. And you could add LeBron to it. And I know they got Cade Cunningham and all that, but so what? LeBron will play the 4. All right. And it comes off the bench in a 6-man role. You go, this John Havlicek guy did it when he was 40. He was really good. Played 30 minutes a night. So what? He was a 6-man. All right. You get to play with your kid, right? Isn't that what this is for?
They'll sign Jaylen Brown. Watch.
Oh, I'd take him first overall. I would.
I love it.
You can laugh at me all you want.
I'm not laughing at you. I'm actually laughing because there's a lot of there, David.
You do know you just took a guy. We don't even know if he can play in this league. I go, yeah, but his dad can.
And now I've just given you 2 years of sellouts guaranteed.
Yeah. Going to be on national television, 63 times. I've been playing in obscurity for 5-8 years. Miller and Moulton. Our poll question, Tiger Woods, should he play in the U.S. Open? It's 3 weeks away. Yay or nay? Thanks for listening.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
Mark, we're playing golf.
Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Go to floridasportsnetwork.com to sign up now.
I'd like to thank Budweiser, Twin Peaks, and Southwest Florida Golf Carts. Got some good stuff there. flgolfcarts.com.
Where are you going to go? floridasportsnetwork.com. Sign up for our tournament Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Your golf will include your foursome and a chance to have lunch and awards after.
Sign up at floridasportsnetwork.com. David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
That's interesting.
Right? I thought it was. Maddie, I had hockey on outside yesterday, and I had PGA and hockey on inside. I happened to go inside for something, and Maddie says, I come out, and Maddie goes, "That guy on the TV sounds like you doing the hockey." I says, "Which guy?" And it was weak. She was the black guy there. All I hear is blah, 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 blah. Sounds just like you, Dad.
Wow.
I could not believe. Like, it just sounds like you when you're on the radio, Dad. Just blah, 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 blah.
Oh, my God. She's 8. That's unbelievable.
Oh,
So you sound like that guy and look like Jimbo Fisher.
yep.
I think that needs to be a poll question. Does Mark Miller look like Jimbo Fisher?
AJ's convinced of it. I walked in, he started laughing. He goes, "You look just like Jimbo." It's all I can think with.
You?
Yeah.
Jimbo Fisher and Jimmy Kimmel.
I'll go as Jimbo for a Halloween show where I'll get all A&M stuff, talk like that all day. Got to talk really fast.
Oh, God, that was a good one. That was good.
It's the fastest Southern accent that there is.
That was good. I don't lie and I don't cheat.
Apparently, Jeff Cameron had a guy on last week that when all hell was breaking loose, had a guy on Do Jimbo, who apparently does a drop dead. I got to download it and listen. People are raving about it.
I'm gonna tell you one thing. You can call me anything you want to call me. You ain't calling me a cheat.
You ain't calling
I
me a
don't cheat and I don't lie.
I don't cheat and I don't lie.
So I learned that when I was a kid. If you did, the old man slapped you side of the head. Maybe somebody should have slapped him. That's one thing you don't. Now you're fooling with their name. That don't from a Texas A&M.
This is my favorite part. Coming up.
And our name.
Have you had any contact with Nick since?
No. Oh, he's called.
You just didn't take the call?
Not going to. We're done.
We're done.
We're done. That done. I can do the done.
We're done.
Done. Not a lot of tongue. You just use a lot of lip. Done. Can't open your mouth a whole much. Done.
Then on the other hand, you have this guy.
You've read about them. You know who they are. I mean, we were second in recruiting last year. A&M was first.
What's the name of the dude? Frank Calito or something
KW.
like that?
How
The dude
could
that
you
does
say Matt
impressions?
Patricia?
Caliendo. He does a great Nick Saban. $15 seconds. $5 seconds.
Florida and Michigan. Steve Eiserman captained a dynasty in one state and was the architect of one in another. Now back to Miller and Moulton.
On both the Florida and the Michigan sports networks all week long. Thanks for welcoming us, for those of you in the 5 Michigan markets and Toledo, Ohio. You can text into the show, FSN Radio to 21,000, FSN Radio to 21000. And if you want to vote in our poll question, floridasportsnetwork.com, floridasportsnetwork.com. Tiger Woods, should he play in the U.S. Open, which is 3.5 weeks away? Got to be there 3 weeks from today. Practice rounds, you know the drill. And I say no. In fact, I just tweeted out my answer. Is there a hell no category? Or is it just yes or no?
Just yes or no.
Okay.
It could have been yes or hell no if you'd have liked it.
I'm an emphatic no. And I understand, most everybody loves Tiger. But
well, and that's what it would be. I think if you're rooting for Tiger to play in the U.S. Open, I almost think it's selfish greed. Because to me, in 3 weeks, that guy can't make the cut. And he certainly can't contend to win that tournament.
And he's always said, I'm only going to play if I can win. And how much of that is, false bravado and act? Well, you decide. But taking him at his own words, I think you got to look him in the eyes and go, hey, come on. We can't win the U.S. Open. I mean, we can't. Can't do it. No way. And it's not the easiest course to walk either. And the rough will be severe. And no, just don't do it to yourself. And there's no harm in missing the U.S. Open. I mean, remember, if you go back just a couple months ago, we were hoping to see him at the Open Championship.
You and I, for months, thought if we saw him this year, it would be across the pond. He would get ready for the British. It's going to be flat. It's a course he's had great success at. It shouldn't be that painful of a course to walk. That's where you and I expected to see him back at. When he came back for the Masters, you and I were pretty stunned that he was able to come back.
Absolutely. And, I mean, come on. He shot a pair of 78s on the weekend. I mean, physically, he was compromised. He says right now playing is just a pain tolerance thing. That I'm always going to have pain. Things could get better and I'll have less pain, but that the doctors have said, oh, no, you're always going to hurt. Oh, okay. But right now it's more than that. I mean, when golf people are saying, yeah, his leg's affecting his swing. I mean, just look at his swing. I mean, those of us that have physical ailments, I mean, whether it's a back, a leg, a wrist, whatever. I mean, come on, you can kind of tell pretty quickly on a golf course. You're like, oh, you're hurting, aren't you? You know, John Daly said he's had more surgeries than Tiger, a lot more. He goes, it's really tough to play golf through pain.
I don't know if it was the Megacast. I think it was. I think it was Michael Collins that may have said it. But anybody who's had surgery can kind of predict when it's going to start raining. When it gets cold and it's raining, it's like, uh-oh. They can feel it inside. And when the weather turned, it was obvious that Tiger, and that's the only thing about the British, you could get caught with some lousy weather there too.
Yes, but, you know, and Daly did mention that. He goes, you could get caught in weather out there. He said, but it's firm, flat ground. What has Tiger talked about? He can do the treadmill for a day. He goes, I'm great on the treadmill. Can do it for 10 miles. Can do it for 4 hours, 5 hours if need be. Not a problem. Start walking on soft ground, up and down. That's the problem. I mean, how many saw? I really believe Mark, and since he didn't do any interviews, we'll probably never know. But I have no idea how he was feeling Saturday morning. And Tiger now, for the first time to me, looks old. You know how Tiger always has looked great and it still even looks younger than he is? I mean, he's in his mid-40s. Tiger looks great. But now he's walking around with a limp and what have you, and it's almost kind of like every day we're seeing, okay, how does he look today? Does he look good? Does he look laboring? And on Thursday, he looked like he was laboring from his first tee shot. And on Friday, he looked better. But on Saturday, he's stepping down into the bunker to hit some bunker shots, and he has a misstep. And I really think he was done after the misstep. I think his leg just, you know, blaring pain, and he was done after that.
Yeah, walking down that rough as he was hitting chip shots, and it happened to be on TV, and you saw him kind of mess up. The other thing that I noticed, David, is that to say that he looks older, he's basically forcing himself to use a golf club as a cane around the course.
Yeah.
There aren't too many times when you don't see Tiger with a club in his hand helping him or assisting him to walk. That was the thing that was my takeaway, even on Thursday, is that he constantly has his club with him to provide a little help. This is Tiger Woods, after all, who redefined athleticism for a golfer.
And in many people's eyes is the first athlete who was a golfer. You know, they just looked at the others as golfers. But I'm using his own words against him. He always said, I'd never tee it up if I can't win. Come on. I mean, you've done remarkable things. We all know that. I don't think you're speaking badly of Tiger if you look him directly in the eyes and goes, listen, you can't win the U.S. Open in 3.5 weeks. All right. You just can't. Now, can you contend at the British Open? Can you play meaningful golf at the British? Well, history says you can, and not just yours. I mean, Tom Watson, 59, Greg Norman, 53, both of them in the final group on Sunday at the Open Championship in the last 15 years. I mentioned Jack at 56 was in the final group at Saturday of a British. Phil won on a link style course, which obviously is what St. Andrews is. All right. Phil won on a link style course last year, 1 month shy of 51. I mean, the older golfer can play links golf. The elements and the ground help them. They know how to play it.
We shall see. It is our poll question for today. Right now, most of you, well, not the majority of you on our side right now.
Really?
Yeah, about 59% saying not to play.
Do you think it's because Saturday was so painful for many? I mean, I had a buddy
His
of mine.
weekend rounds now are 78, 78, 79.
Yeah, 6 over, 6 over, 9 over.
Right.
Yeah, he's 21 over in his last 3 weekend rounds. I had a buddy of mine say to me that he thought Tiger on Saturday was every bit as bad, maybe worse, than Willie Mays falling down in center field with the Mets in 73. You know, I mean, somebody referenced in the media, they thought it was Ali in the corner getting beat up by Holmes. Ooh.
Man.
Because that's when you're saying you're done.
That's saying done.
You're
I don't buy that.
Right. I just think
even Tiger now has realized that he's not superhuman and that he can't come back. I mean, he's got to realize
came back too soon
after these weekend rounds.
Right.
And he put every bit of guts, guile, whatever you want to call it, into making the cut on Friday.
And the number one player in the world could not, for the record. So, I mean, hey, hats off to him and those that made the cut, because Scotty Scheffler couldn't. And they had the stat about Tiger. Now, they used his stat of his entire career, and Tiger played 6 majors as an amateur. So I took those 6 tournaments out because Tiger didn't seriously contend in any of them. And he missed one. He did make 5 out of 6 cuts, though, as an amateur. But the stat for Tiger as a pro, he's played in 83 majors. He's won 15, so he wins every 5.5 times he tees it up. He's missed 11 cuts. He turned pro in August of 96. He's 46 and a half years old. Now, you know me, play the Tiger Jack game because I vote for Jack. You know, close, but I vote for Jack. Here's part of the reason why I vote for Jack. At the exact same stage of Jack's life, 46 and a half years old, as a pro, because Jack played in 8 majors as an amateur and had 3 top 10s, 2 top 5s, but he also missed 3 cuts. So I just said, hey, I'm not going to give you the good and I'm not going to give you the bad. I'll just push it to the side, just as a pro. And Jack turned pro a year later than Tiger. Jack was almost 22 when he turned pro. Jack had played in 98 majors at the same age that Tiger is now. So think about how many more majors Jack had played in. 15 more majors than Tiger. 4 years worth of majors at the same age. That's all the injuries and everything with Tiger. 98 majors. Well, he'd won 18, which also, by the way, is every 5.5 times he tees it up. He'd missed 6 cuts.
And that doesn't even get into all the runner-ups and the thirds, which is a lot of the reasons that I've always been a Jack over Tiger guy. When you look at the whole body of work of the times that Jack has finished second and third, Tiger is basically a win it or not in it guy.
Right. I think he's got a half a dozen second place finishes later on in his career. He finished second a few times, but Jack didn't miss his 11th cut in a major till he was 52 years old as a pro.
Pretty remarkable. But our poll question revolves around Tiger and the U.S. Open. Do you think he should play in the U.S. Open? Both David and I are no's because we think he should play in the British Open. And gearing up for that seems like the smarter move on a lot of different fronts.
John Forslund's going to join us coming up here in about 10 minutes. Did you hear any of the Panthers coaches post game at all?
I did not.
And I only caught it coming home from the airport, around midnight and driving in this morning, actually, on NHL Network Radio. And you can make fun of me accordingly. But Brunette there, 11 times, I'm not exaggerating, 11 times mentioned either Will or they're playing harder than us. Mark, you're an NHL coach in the playoffs. Is there anything worse you can say about your team or to your team than the other guys want it more and they're playing harder than you?
No, there isn't. And what's even more fascinating to me, because he's still the interim coach,
Right.
who after they lose either tonight or Wednesday and get beaten 5, I don't think he's getting the job now. I thought maybe by getting the first round playoff victory that would get him the job, no matter what happened against Tampa. You get swept against the Lightning, and then you're blaming the effort of the players. There's no way I can bring you back if I'm running that team.
Is it possible he's right, though? I mean, we've watched both these teams, obviously, from where we live, and you and I have really zeroed in on the Panthers this year. They've been fun. They score a lot of goals. They came from behind all the time. They've been a really fun team to watch. When you've watched this series, have you thought, you know what? Lightning want it more.
No, I haven't. Thought the Lightning have had the better goaltender. I think the Lightning, and I've said this since the Cap series, when they got down in the Cap series, can the Florida Panthers win a 2-1, 3-2 hockey game? And right now, my conclusion is they cannot.
Well, Mark, in part because they can't get to 2. I mean, the problem for them right now is the only option is, can they win a 1-0 hockey game?
And come on, sometimes you don't get the breaks. McDonough tips that shot.
Yep.
It's going to make it a 2-2 game. It would have been there. I think that was still on the power play. The power play, because they had so much pressure there in and around the power play. It's going to be their second power play goal,
right,
after going 0 for April and May in the postseason.
We're going to tie it at 2. It's fairly late in the second. And instead, we pretty much come down on the rush. Kucherov to Stamkos, one-timer, 3-1, and you might as well go home.
It's over. That wasn't lack of effort. That was a stick getting in the way of an open net.
Well, and that's why I brought it up, because I thought once they got out of the first round, which I hadn't done in 26 years, I'm like, well, the guy's keeping the job. And you said, let's see how this second round series goes. So now, A, it's not going well, and B, he said, he didn't basically say, he said, yeah, we're not playing hard enough. They're playing harder than us.
They are blocking a boatload of shots.
No, they're playing better. They're
Right.
playing more
I don't think they're playing
effectively.
harder.
And that's why I brought it up, because this is the type of stuff that gets coaches fired.
Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the Chicken Bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Mark, we're playing golf.
Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Go to floridasportsnetwork.com to sign up now.
I'd like to thank Budweiser, Twin Peaks, and Southwest Florida Golf Carts. Got some good stuff there, flgolfcarts.com.
Where are you going to go? floridasportsnetwork.com. Sign up for our tournament Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Your golf will include your foursome and a chance to have lunch and awards after.
Sign up at floridasportsnetwork.com.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
So, David, I think you, as a huge fan of fast food, should go as one of the McDonald Land characters on Bourbon Street after the game. I'm thinking Grimace.
Well, I've got the body type, the big round face. I was always a big fan.
I mean, you're more of a hamburglar by nature, but body type, you're more of a Grimace.
I like it. So you want me to drag this costume into the Ritz-Carlton in New Orleans?
I
Okay.
want you to wear it in the booth, but I don't think that'll go over well. I think if you walked up as Grimace and stood next to Aikman in the booth, I think he'd fire you on the spot. And I don't think Buck would be able to do the broadcast. He'd laugh for 3 straight hours.
Thanks for listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
He's got get away from the top speed.
How's the show going? Felipe, how's the show going?
Everything's working. Everything's fine.
Anybody complaining?
Nope.
Nope. All that you showered. Trying to grow it back, aren't you? Look at you.
What?
Not to be denied. Look at you. How much longer do you go? You're going to be home for Father's Day? I mean, that's the next time that you can get yelled at.
He was just home.
I was home this past weekend, the weekend before, and I'm gonna be home again this weekend, and I'm a little annoyed.
More graduations and stuff, or
No, I mean, this past weekend, my cousin's graduation. Next weekend, it's my brother's birthday.
your brother's birthday and you got to drive home for it? He's your older brother, right?
Memorial Day weekend, Keys,
Memorial Day weekend, you're going to the Keys and you're complaining.
Oh, okay. So you can't complain.
No,
when
no, it's not that I'm
someone's picking up,
complaining.
and they're picking up the tab, aren't they?
Where are mom and dad taking you for the Keys for the weekend? You going to like
in the water,
going to
floating in sandbars,
Look at
beautiful
him.
reefs.
Tell you,
What a punk.
he's going to get slapped.
More than
He's
slap.
going to get slapped.
It's so much driving. I'm like, oh,
That's so hard.
I drive
Take
half
the
a
boat.
whatever. You know what?
Take the boat.
can't really pick up his parents if he's going.
Oh, I missed that part of it. I'm sorry. My bad.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
And if you're in Michigan and Ohio and you're wondering who the heck are Miller and Moulton, well, a couple of guys who have been together 15 years, based out of Florida. We're on 4 stations in Florida. And for this week, filling in for Anthony, we're in 5 Michigan markets in Toledo, Ohio. And thanks to the Michigan Sports Network for making that happen. And hopefully we don't do too much damage. And Anthony returns after Memorial Day weekend and all is well with the world. The one thing that Michigan, Ohio, and Florida have in common is their love of hockey. And nobody calls it better these days than John Forslund. He is the voice of the Seattle Kraken. He's done the NHL playoffs this year on Turner. And just yesterday, he did Game 3 of the Lightning and the Panthers on radio for Sports USA. You can follow John on Twitter at, well, John Forslund. That's hockey, baby. Hi, John.
Hey, guys. Good morning. How are you?
Well, we are doing great.
All right, John. You know, we've been talking Panthers and Lightning. And after the game, Burnett making comments that his team didn't have Will elected. I don't see it that way. I see this series as special teams being the difference. John, how do you see this series?
Yeah, and oftentimes extension you're doing at 5-on-5, either to the bad or to the good. And in this case, I think the Lightning are just playing so well that you're going to ask, and we brought this up in the air yesterday, you're going to ask the question, you know, what's wrong with the Panthers, or is the question, how good are the Lightning? And I think by and large, that's what it is. And I think what you're seeing, whether they're playing an identical system through the neutral zone that Washington did against Florida in the first round, I don't know that, but I can tell you that there's no room for Florida on the transition at 5-on-5. And so when you get to special teams, number one, you have confidence, and that helps your power play. And number two, if you're systematic at 5-on-5 and that good, then when you get a man down, you can play in position, you can stay, you know, your gaps are good. All the things that you need to be successful are in place. So, yes, special teams are there. The goaltending's been pretty good on both sides, but again, Vasilevsky can raise it to a completely different level. It's proven over and over again over the last few seasons. That's all we see, especially when you get down to money games, and you got one tonight. So, yeah, everything's working for the defending champs. And I think the other intangible is they know how, they've been there, and they can see it happening again. And that's very dangerous for everybody else and not for them.
Yeah, John, I think we see this the same. I look at it as the Lightning would point out have 5 elite players. They've got the goalie who's the best in the world until proven otherwise. So even though Bob's playing well, the other guy's just a little better. They've got Hedman and McDonough. The Panthers don't have a Hedman or a McDonough. And their 2 star forwards are playing like stars in this series. And the Panthers, who we thought had 2 or 3 star forwards, they ain't doing anything.
Right. And the last thing that I would add to that is coaching. And you know, to be fair, Andrew Burnett has done an excellent job taking over for Joel Quenneville. No doubt about it. He's a finalist for the Coach of the Year. It's deserved. But he's up against John Cooper. And, you know, this is a different animal too. You know, coaching in a playoff series against the same opponent day after day, whether it be a practice day or a game day, that's a different animal. And with all the experience that Coop brings to the table, I'm not going to say he's out coaching Brunette. That would be unfair. But I think you could at least bring it up and say that it has to be there, because this guy is one of the best coaches the game has ever seen, and he's got the record to prove it. And Andrew Burnett's going through this as a head coach for the first time. So that's a difficult dynamic too for the Panthers. But yes, I remember doing an interview near the end of the season, probably 3 weeks left in the regular season, and talking myself through who the best team was in the East. And there was no question that Florida absolutely look like that. You could bring up Carolina. You could bring up some of these other teams, Toronto, obviously. And then we started talking about the Lightning. And what you just said is what I said was, with that goalie, that defense, that group of forwards and that coach, how can you bet against them? And that's what we're seeing right now.
Well, and you're also seeing the bottom six for Tampa, which no one really expected, contributing offensively, getting some production, getting some goals. And John, I think if you went into the series and said the bottom six for Tampa, the last two lines were going to provide any offense, that's another intangible that I don't think any of us expected.
Well, I don't think anybody expected Corey Perry to score 19 goals in the regular season, and he did, right?
Right.
And I don't know what this guy has done, but he needs to share it with the rest of the world, because it's amazing how he's been able to do this with Dallas and get to the final, Montreal get to the final, and now this. And now he has 5 goals in the postseason. And you brought up earlier that they're doing it without Braden Point. And you lose a player like Braden Point, who may be their most important forward. Now, Kucherov is off the charts, obviously, having a great playoff. Stamkos is Stamkos. You go down the list of all the guys they have, but in 3 zones of the ice and as a center, when he's fully at full, Braden Point is outstanding, right? So they're doing it without him. And, you look at this situation and you're just amazed at the lower half of their lineup. And a couple of trading deadline acquisitions. I don't think Brandon Hagel's 100% helpful, but Nick Paul's been great, right? And Julian Brisebois, the GM, continues to go out and get it done. And when you're an elite team and you can still make real positive moves at the trading deadline, and you can change your team a couple of years ago and bring in Coleman and Goodrow and formulate the best third line in the game and win 2 cups with that, you lose those 2 guys and you lose Yanni Gourde. So your entire third line is gone from a championship level team. They're not there yet, but they're getting there, and they might pull off the three-peat. It's absolutely amazing.
Talking hockey with the best there is that calls it these days. It's John Forslund, the voice of the Seattle Kraken. He's doing the playoffs with Turner and doing the occasional game on radio, and he'll be doing the Eastern Conference Final. So get ready to see more of the Lightning, John, on Sports USA Radio. Hey, do sometimes teams just need to go through this? Like, the last time we had a team win 3 or more cups in a row, when the Islanders won their 4th cup, they swept the Oilers. And the Oilers, who then win 4 out of 5 and 5 out of 7, would say later on, we learned something in that series. And we saw what happened to the Lightning 3 years ago, getting swept by Columbus. In a way, John, I know they can't see it now, but do the Panthers need this? Is this growing pains hockey style?
A great point. I think so, because they're going to have the group. You don't want a knee jerk, right? We saw it a few years ago when the Lightning had 62 wins and they were swept by Columbus. They didn't knee jerk anything. There were people that were calling for Cooper's head at the time, remember? So they hung in there with John Cooper, which was good. They hung in there with the core of the team. They added some pieces, which made them a championship level franchise. Florida's got to realize, and it really goes to one word, and it's the word Gretzky uses over and over again when he talks about walking out of the Nassau Coliseum after getting swept, and realizing that, in that locker room where there was supposed to be a celebration, the Islanders were ice bagged up and injured and done. And they knew that was the sacrifice that you needed to put in to become a Stanley Cup winner. And the Oilers had to figure that out. The Panthers have the same type of team with skill and a lot of firepower, come from behind wins, and pretty much at every position have quality players. And obviously the best team in the league record-wise. But look at the sellout right now. Look at how Tampa Bay is blocking shots. You've got Steven Stamkos sacrificing his body to get in shooting lanes. Probably nobody would like to see him do that, but he realizes as a leader of the team, he's got to uncharacteristically get to that place to be a winner in the playoffs. And so the Panthers have to realize there's more to this. There's more abrasion needed. There's more willingness to get to the interior of the ice, which they're not doing right now. You got to wonder where Barkov is. He hasn't been able to take over a game. We won't know till the series is over who's hurt and who's not. Maybe we'll find out that some of these guys have some real issues. But when you're dressed and you're playing in a playoff game, You're judged based on your performance. And the level of top player presence here does not belong to Florida. I mean, it's all about Tampa's Kucherov and Stamkos. You go down the list of players here. They're the ones, Hedman and McDonough. They're bringing the A-level that A-level players need to bring. And the Panthers aren't getting that yet, but it's probably down the road if they recognize it.
You know, a similar thing's going on right now in Edmonton because Connor McDavid has taken a team, put him on his back, and he's playing hockey, John, that of the likes I don't know if I've seen in a long, long time. I mean, this is Lemieux-esque the way this guy is playing, and he's hitting and he's doing all the little things, and it's contagious for Edmonton. I don't know if they're the better team against Calgary. They're playing like it at the moment.
Well, they're way better, like so much better than Calgary when those two guys, especially McDavid, but Draisaitl and now Vander Kane, when they get out there in last night's game, it's like two different games, right? The game looks pretty much normal, and then those guys come out and the game goes completely Edmonton's way. So McDavid is playing at, you look at the way he does things at such a high level of speed, but you also look at what's happening on the other side. There's like this look of astonishment that it's that's the way it appears. It's not the way the players are playing from the Calgary side of things. It's just they don't know what to do. He backs everybody off with that speed. He's so great with his top hand and his stick handling ability. The way he uses his edges on his skates to cut and to accelerate and to gain speed almost from a standstill. You can't defend him. So he's off the charts. And good for him because, at times he was beleaguered this year with a lot of pressure, and he kicked back at the media a couple of times up there. And there was a whole Evander Kane thing, and that's another issue, but they decided to bring him in and he's delivered, and you can't argue that. And then there's Leon Draisaitl, who's a world-class player. So this is a lot like McDonough with Tampa Bay, right? McDonough on at least half the teams, maybe 3/4 of the teams in the league would be the number one defenseman. But he's not with the Tampa Bay Lightning because that's Victor Hedman. Then you have Ryan McDonough. Well, the same thing with Leon Draisaitl. Draisaitl's an amazing, world-class, best player on any team. He's second best guy in the Edmonton Oilers. So if they can do this, and Mike Smith can hold up in goal, very interesting. And maybe finally we'll get to see a couple of the best players and the best player get to the conference final, which would be good for hockey.
John, very quickly, when are we going to see and hear you again?
I'm on Thursday night, Sports USA, Carolina Rangers, now that there's a fifth game. And it's TBA as the series stretch out. And then, as you pointed out, Joe Micheletti and I will be calling the Eastern Conference Final. He's John
Forslund. He is the best. The Seattle Kraken have him as their voice. We get to see him on Turner and hear him on Sports USA Radio. John, thanks so much for doing this. Safe travels. Hopefully we can talk again.
Thanks, guys. Anytime. My pleasure.
John Forslund. You can follow him on Twitter at John Forslund, Forslund. Thanks for listening. Miller and Moulton.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
Mark, we're playing golf.
Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Go to floridasportsnetwork.com to sign up now.
I'd like to thank Budweiser, Twin Peaks, and Southwest Florida Golf Carts. Got some good stuff there, flgolfcarts.com.
Where are you going to go? floridasportsnetwork.com. Sign up for our tournament, Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Your golf will include your foursome and a chance to have lunch and awards after.
Sign up at floridasportsnetwork.com.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth. that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Joe's just very dry. He goes, it's just, where are you going to go? Because you can't use, you don't even ever have to quit using that. Juwan Howard told the Lakers, I'm not interested.
Correct. Good. Well, he is coaching his 2 kids, I think. Also,
Well,
at
one
Michigan.
for sure, right? Is his oldest
Right.
one there? Is there an older one already there?
I thought
His youngest comes this year.
I thought I read that he's got.
Gotcha.
So that's why, this ain't working. Mitch Albom is 64 today.
It's fantastic. Someone fired a shot at Trey Wingo, says, how's that ESPN paycheck? And Trey Wingo says, well, I don't work there anymore. My current paycheck is triple what I was making, if that helps. Sean Salisbury responds to it with just the word bingo. So this celebration of life funeral service I'm at yesterday, and he had passed in April. So they put something together, family. Guy's telling a story about all his fast boats that Randy had. When he proceeds to say, he goes, well, then, Randy had that side business for a little bit. I'm like, nice to know you just announced that Randy ran drugs at the funeral. I nearly lost it. I was laughing so hard.
That's
moved here in 59 with his 67 years in Florida. So what would that be? 55.
Yeah.
Moved here in 55 with his parents.
Boy, Florida hasn't changed at all.
Right? E-Revel there. We are on in Detroit, Grand Rapids, Gaylord, Flint, and Traverse City.
Along with Toledo. Hello.
Holy Toledo.
I wish we were in Traverse City doing the show.
Do you know where American Dunes is? The golf course?
No idea.
What you want to do
It's in
here?
Grand Haven.
Haven?
Yes.
I got that membership, by the way, for the gym this summer. Already gone like 4 times. Man, I will be hooping this whole summer.
There you go.
And Mark, I'll still take you up on that offer of hooping in the basketball court of your place just to piss off the people.
It would be so funny. Some Saturday morning, get a pickup game going before they start playing pickleball. They would lose their minds.
The Chiron just said, was that grab on Jimmy Butler a dirty play?
Yeah. He kind of ripped his knee a little bit.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, actually, that is a dirty play.
Come back.
Michigan and Florida, home to Major League Baseball, where the cold weather team plays outside and the warm weather team plays inside. Now back to Miller and Moulton.
It's like Stephen Wright. Why is it we drive on a parkway and park in a driveway? Miller and Moulton, thanks so much for being with us this week, not only in 4 markets in Florida, but 5 markets in Michigan and Toledo, Ohio. So top of the morning to those in Detroit, Flint, Grand Rapids, Traverse City, up north, and to those in Gaylord. We hope things are getting better by the day. Friday was rough. Hope not as many of you were affected as oftentimes is the case with a tornado hitting in the Gaylord, Michigan, hit the city. And to those in Toledo, welcome. We're Miller and Moulton, based out of Southwest Florida. Mark Miller, David Moulton, and hence the name Miller and Moulton.
Sport my Sparty shirt today.
We
Had
are-
to for the day.
We're live on Twitch, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton. You can take in the show. And yeah, I have a feeling we may see 4 or 5 days of Michigan State garb.
Well, sure as hell not going to be blue and gold. All right. Maize and blue. I don't do those colors. I respect all the grads of the University of Michigan. Very much so.
Mark is a proud Spartan. So, and we have rules on this show. If you're now, do you have to be a graduate, or could you have maybe been on the 4, 5, 6 year plan, but you're a few credits short? Can you use the word we?
I think you have to have earned a degree to go with we.
Really? Okay.
That's always been I'm not a big fan of the we's.
No.
And we have a young producer who is a diehard all Miami team sports fan. And when he gets caught up in the heat, he can drop 5, 6, 7 we's in 3 sentences.
He's on many of Miami sports teams, either active roster or coaching staff. We have found out for how often it is that he uses the word we. We contend he can only say we when referring to FGCU because that's what's up on the wall.
It's not fair.
May not be fair, but it's our show, and those are our rules.
That's right. Life's not fair, Felipe. Young Felipe Alvarez, 21 years old, fresh out of college, and 4 out of 5 days a week, he stays awake during the show. So far today, doing a great job.
Thank you.
All right. You showered?
Yes.
You haven't shaven?
Cold shower this morning.
Yes. He knows it's a big week. We need to stay on the air because it's not just in Florida.
I had to feel like I was in Michigan this morning.
Look at you. Look at you. Well played, young man.
Yeah, they're all excited because they have summer. We walk out and just get slapped with humidity in the face this morning.
Never shoveled a driveway full of ice ever in my entire life.
And there's nothing good about it. Let me explain to you that's why many of us moved away as quickly as we could.
I was going to say, it's why that I-75 has come in handy for many up north. Just take care of a little bit of business here. Huge will be live today from the OHL playoffs in Flint. He's also live tomorrow at American Dunes in Grand Haven. And that golf tournament's also benefiting Folds of Honor. And Folds of Honor is one of the charities of which our golf tournament, which is 19 days away. And please sign up if you haven't already. Go to floridasportsnetwork.com. Sign up for our golf tournament. You could be a single, you could be a twosome, you could be a foursome. Just sign up. We're filling it up. Folds of Honor, one of the charities that benefits. And in our neck of the woods, we'd like to thank Twin Peaks and Budweiser and the folks at Southwest Florida Golf Carts. Go to flgolfcarts.com for more and order your golf cart or your e-bike, whatever the case may be. Talk a little golf. Bob Harig will join us in about a dozen minutes' time. Our poll question deals with golf. You can vote for that at floridasportsnetwork.com. Should Tiger play in the U.S. Open, which starts 3 weeks from Thursday? Based on what you saw this weekend, should Tiger play?
And I don't think so. Neither does David. We think this would not be the right time for him to just go play to play. It has got to be, as you said, David, you use Tiger's words.
Yep. Don't you hate that when your parents turned it around on you? Took your own words and, used it on you, and you look right at them and you go, man, you really want to snap at them right now. But A, they're your parents, and B, they're right. This really sucks.
Little over 60% of you agree with David and I that do not think Tiger should be playing in the U.S. Open. Gear up for the Open Championship, which is at St. Andrews, and it's an easier walk. As simple as that. It's an easier walk.
Game 4 tonight in Boston. We've had quite a few easy walks in these NBA playoffs, but Game 3 was not an easy walk. Heat built up a 25-plus point lead. Boston cut it all the way to 1 with 3 minutes to go. Whole bunch of players are injured. I mean, this is like Bruins Panthers here. There's so many injuries in this series.
No doubt. And Butler banged up in the game with the knee. Says he's going to play, but you don't think he's going to be 100%.
That was a dirty play. Just like in the Panthers Lightning game. That was a dirty hit. That skater had lost his edge. He was going into the boards. You don't then check him from behind and double up his rate of speed going into the boards.
Thought it should have been a 5-minute penalty. When it was reviewed and looked at, I was stunned. David, I was stunned that they didn't call a 5-minute boarding penalty there.
That's a dirty play.
And who was it there that grabbed Butler's leg?
Peyton Pritchard.
That's a dirty play. It's not an elbow to the jaw, but come on now. Guy's got the ball. He's about to start moving. You grab right above his knee and hold him.
Oh, but when Jordan Poole runs into John Morant's knees, everyone goes crazy. But, Peyton Pritchard, different story.
Well, I do think part of it is the Heat are more of a workman-like team. Ja's a flashy star. The other thing is, while Butler missed the rest of the game, the Heat won. Now, if they had lost that game, I think it becomes a really big deal.
True, and Ja is very delicate. Jimmy's tough. Ja, not saying Ja's not tough.
No, Butler's,
But Miami's the tougher team.
Right.
I mean, it's the Eastern Conference, Western Conference thing a little bit as well, that this is a grittier, more physical style of play that they play in this series. But so now you've got Butler that's banged up. You've got Hero who's hurt with a groin who's, that's
right.
Not easy to come back and play with.
Butler and PJ Tucker, knees, questionable. Hero's the groin. Then we got 3 guys with hamstrings, all part of the rotation. Vincent, Stroon, and Lowry, who came back for game 3 and was effective.
Struess.
I'm sorry, Struess. I couldn't read my own writing there. You should, come on. I'm scribbling this together at 4:24 in the morning. You should see. I don't ever
want that piece of paper.
It's pig Latin. It really is. It's a mess.
Circles, arrows.
Oh, definitely arrows. When I wrote the NHL part, I only put the Panthers Lightning. I had totally forgotten about Rangers, Carolina, Calgary, Edmonton. So all the way down at the bottom of the page, I have that. So I have the big arrow from top of the page to the bottom. Hey, don't forget these 2 series when you talk hockey. Yeah, complete mess. I backed into my wife's car at 4:30 in the morning. You just wake up and you're what have you, and she's got to go somewhere. And I'm like, oh, that's right, I got to move the car. And I do the garage, get in the car, and I'm backing up. And all of a sudden I go like 10, 12, 15 feet, and the car's like having trouble moving. And I'm starting hitting the gas more and more, and it's slowly grinding. And I'm like, what in the world is going on with the car this morning? And finally, I go like 6, 8 feet, and the car's not moving. And I'm like, man, I pull it forward and I get out and I look behind me and I go, oh my goodness, my wife's car's behind me. And that's kind of like Felipe when he showers and when he doesn't shower right there. That if you want to know the difference when you come in the morning as to how you are, you don't shower, you're Moulton backing up into his wife's car.
That one's pretty bad, though. I don't know.
That's really bad. At least he didn't take out the mailbox. Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost clubhead speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
What are you doing? Oh, you're coming to show your shoes.
Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah, Paul, no on both there. That's a double no.
Everything okay?
Oh, Philly just had to come in and show his shoes off. Can you just read that for me?
Wow.
This guy has some of the, he's a buddy of mine, one of my favorite. He's the only reason I'm still on Facebook because of the crap he posts on there. My God, that's something.
Are you calling my LeBron 10 lows clown shoes, bro? You're a clown shoe, bro.
It's a good call, Johnny Mac. That's what I thought too, because he couldn't stand up. He almost fell off. They're so big, but 2 sizes too big for him.
They are. But I got them for $20 at a thrift store, and they're in good condition. So yeah.
See, I don't agree with the premise of that question. Are the Warriors entering another dynasty? I actually think this would be the end. See, to me, it's kind of like Mark Edmonton's 1990. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That if the Warriors, when they make it to the finals, that's what, 6 out of 8?
Well, that 90 team had no one left on it.
Well, that's kind of like here, though. Well, but I mean, that one had Messier. So it was Curry gone. They still had Tikkanen.
They had Tikkanen.
Curry was gone, right?
I think so.
No. I thought Curry was still with them.
What year is it?
90.
El Curry?
No. We're talking hockey.
Oh.
Thank you. That's cute.
That's spectacular, though. That's
Wardell.
very entertaining.
Dell.
Yeah, they had Curry.
So they had Messier, Curry, Tikkanen. Still at Kevin Lowe. I think Moog had replaced Grant. Don't quote me on that one, though.
Oh, they still had Grant Fuhr.
Okay.
But Billy Ranford was their goalie that year.
Oh, all right.
He was the guy that got it done.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I remember Peter Klima having an overtime goal.
Yeah, Boston.
Playoffs.
That like 4 overtime
and he
job.
Didn't play like he did.
Right.
He didn't play.
Hadn't played in 2 hours.
No.
Takes a shift, scores.
I call Bob now.
I will say, he entertains himself. Right. Why we think you're an only child.
Who's Harig with Golf Channel?
Sports Illustrated.
Florida and Michigan. One got to play Ohio State for the 2006 national title. The other is still sore about it. Now back to Miller and Moulton.
That began the SEC run. Florida getting in that game and then upsetting heavily favored Ohio State and helped get LSU in the game the next year when it was up for grabs as to who was going to play Ohio State again. And, well, we all know what has happened since. Miller and Moulton on the Michigan Sports Network as well, in 5 Michigan markets in Toledo, Ohio on this day. And thanks so much for welcoming us in. We'll be filling in for Anthony the entire week. Bob Harig covers golf for Sports Illustrated. He's also authored up Tiger and Phil, golf's most fascinating rivalry. It is available. You can follow Bob on Twitter at Bob Harig, Harig. Bob, it's David and Mark once again. How are you?
Good morning, guys. I'm doing well. Thank you.
Bob, where do you put this victory in for JT? I mean, so many different ways you could describe what he did, but the round on Friday just blew me away how well he played in that win and able to come back. How do you rank this win for Justin Thomas?
Right. I think a lot of people forget he had the worst end of the draw on Thursday and Friday. He played when the conditions were the most severe. Like they got it worse Thursday afternoon and then Friday morning, and he shot 67 both days. And that it sort of got lost when he had the tough Saturday and shot 74 and fell 7 shots back. But I mean, to give yourself a chance when you were 7 behind is impressive. He shot another 67 on Sunday. And I thought it might be too little when he wasn't able to birdie 18 in regulation, but he hit a great drive and a great second shot. We saw that hole did not play very easy for some people, and it's pretty impressive. I mean, look, the golf course was very difficult. The conditions changed daily. It was a struggle. We only had I think 10, 12 guys under par and 5 under is the winning score. It's that is a lot different than we're used to seeing week in and week out. And he overcame some obstacles to get that done.
Well, and I think both days on the weekend, you had like right around 12 golfers be under par for the day out of what was a 79 and then 78 man field. Bob Harig covers golf for Sports Illustrated. The book, once again, Tiger and Phil, golf's most fascinating rivalry. And for those of you new to us, we had Bob on about a month or so ago, and some of the stories that Bob told us, and there are dozens more of them in the book. So check it out if you're a golf fan. Tiger and Phil, golf's most fascinating rivalry. You can follow Bob on Twitter at Bob Harig. Justin did something at the Masters, Bob, that maybe other golfers do, but the two of us just hadn't picked up on it in a while. He kind of publicly scolded himself and just said, you know, I haven't been good enough in the majors. And in fact, I've barely contended in any since I won the PGA, and I'm too good of a player, quite frankly, for that to be the case. And he just said, I have to do better. And outside of opening with a 76 at Augusta, he then manages to finish in the top 10, and we know what he did these past few days. I mean, I'm wondering if there are more golfers that need to give themselves some own tough love.
Yeah, I mean, he was tough on himself, but you know, you kind of look back and you say, where was he in the mix at the majors in the last 5 years? And obviously he's proven himself to be a great player. He got to number one in the world. He's pretty much been a mainstay in the top 10 that entire time. Now 15 tour wins. He won the next best thing to a major last year when he won the Players Championship and shot a final round 64. You know, I would have thought that would have given him the boost he needed to kind of get back into the mix in majors when he did that at the Players. And yet this is his first win since then. Hasn't won anywhere. You know, there was a scolding of himself for just not winning. Put himself there a bunch, just didn't get it done. And you know, I think his caddy Bones, Jim Mackay, helped a little bit here. You know, they just started working together this year. And there was sort of a little tough love moment between them apparently on Saturday on the range. And you're right. I think there are some other guys. I think Roy McIlroy's a guy who might need to have that chat with himself. Although, to be honest, I think he probably has. You know, he's gone 8 years now without a major. And he led this tournament after the first day, put himself in great shape, you know, to have a run at the weekend. The fact that he was so far back going into Sunday after leading on Thursday was really sort of alarming, that he let it get away from him to that degree. So, look, it's tough out there right now. There's a lot of guys who can win majors. None of us were talking about Mito Pereira going into the week. He's the 100th ranked player in the world. He easily could have won. And I don't think it would have been a fluke. You know, it's just that there's a lot of great players out there, and you got to have your act together when it comes time.
Bob, what exactly happened with Bones and JT on the range Saturday?
He actually told him he was being too hard on himself. You know, 74 on Saturday. Look, the conditions were tough. It was, as JT himself noted, the conditions changed completely from Friday when it was warm and humid and the wind was out of the south. Saturday, it's cold and damp. Seriously, a 30-degree temperature drop, basically overnight from the mid to high 80s to the mid 50s. And then the wind came from a different direction, which obviously made the golf course play a lot different. You know, they were playing some holes way farther back, and he basically just told him, "Look, you're being too tough on yourself. You got to let it come. You can't just beat yourself up every time things don't go right." And you know, there was a tough moment on Sunday. JT shanked an iron shot on the 6th hole, and that could have destroyed him. You know, he ended up making a bogey on the hole, which was actually a good bogey from where his ball went to. But he hung in there. You know, he made a few birdies when the other guys were shaky, and then obviously, you know, he played the playoff quite nicely to birdie those first 2 holes.
No doubt, and the drive on 17 was tremendous, to say the very least. Bob, I'm curious. You know, I know the players weren't happy about the sand. It was nice to see a bunker be an actual hazard on a golf course, but why is it that the PGA gets it right with green speed and doesn't try to trick courses out
and still give us a great tournament where I think the USGA sometimes gets it wrong. I thought the PGA should be commended on how they had this course set up for the week.
Yeah, they've oftentimes been called U.S. Open Light, and they've gone to a lot of the same golf courses the U.S. Open has gone to, and they sort of let it just fall as it may. Sometimes the winning score is going to be 12 under, 14 under, whereas the U.S. Open doesn't let that happen very often. And to your point, the tricking it up, they just push the envelope a little too much to keep the scores from getting low, and that I think bugs the players. There wasn't too much grumbling about this course. Yes, maybe about the bunkers. But frankly, that's just something that you have to get used to in practice. That's why you play practice rounds. Clearly, they had to have seen it during the practice rounds that the bunkers were reacting differently than they typically do. As the week went on, I think the players got the hang of it. There was some good bunker play over the weekend that kept Justin Thomas in there. But you're right. That this course, the fairways were not narrow. They were very. I wouldn't say they were wide open, but they were decent sized fairways. The rough was not easy to play out of, but it also wasn't ankle high either. You could see your ball in there. Actually, that's better than deep rough, because when it's deep rough, you have to just gouge it out mostly. Sometimes you don't even have a shot to the green. When it's like this, you have a shot, but you have to think about it. Is the ball going to come out and fly, get a fly or lie, which often happens in the rough, or are you going to have a hard time advancing it? It actually requires you to play a shot with some skill. And of course, the runoffs around the greens really made for some unique chipping opportunities, instead of just, again, a ball that stops a few yards over the green, and now you've got to gouge out rough. I just thought it was terrific. It was a great setup, and Southern Hills is obviously a classic old golf course.
Our remaining moments with Bob Harig of Sports Illustrated, author of Tiger and Phil, Golf's Most Fascinating Rivalry. All right, Bob, let me ask you about Phil. It certainly seemed as if he was not missed at the championship that he won a year ago and that he's won twice. In fact, it seemed like most people kind of glad he wasn't there.
Yeah, I think leading up to it, there was a lot of talk about how unfortunate it was that he was not here. Given the circumstances of a year ago and how he won and how big of a deal that was. But once the tournament gets started, I just think it gets out of your mind. It's one player. Look, it's quite clear there's a lot of angst directed towards him over what's going on. The controversy, which, by the way, is not going away. We still really don't know what's going to happen with him here coming up in the next few weeks. I don't know that he wanted to show face, frankly. I'm not sure that he felt that his game would be up to it. I mean, we're just talking about the difficulty of the golf course. Pretty tough place to come back to when you haven't played in more than 3 months. And, oh, by the way, where's your head at this point in time? So, I think there's a lot of people in golf that are feeling, he's kind of getting his comeuppance. While he's been viewed as a very popular player for years and fan-friendly, signs autographs, all that stuff, obviously great for the game in terms of how effective and how successful he's been. He's probably rubbed some of his peers the wrong way at times, and you're seeing some of that bubble to the surface now.
On the other side, Tiger Woods plays, makes the cut, shoots a 79 on Saturday and withdraws. If Tiger called you right now and said, "What should I do for the rest of 2022?" what advice would you give him, Bob?
I would tell him to make sure that he is in a far better place than he was even at the Masters before he comes back. I think the U.S. Open is a huge long shot right now. And, it's basically 3 weeks from this week. When it's the week of the U.S. Open. He had 5 weeks between the Masters and the PGA. And while I thought he looked good early last week, something I think happened. I think something happened Friday where he either stepped funny or took a swing off a poor lie that impacted him. And I don't want to say, made the injury worse, but caused a lot of discomfort. And you're not going to get that thing to calm down when you're walking on it for, miles and miles on a golf course. And we're still not sure how much he has walked and practiced at home. Now, Joe LaCava, his caddy, went to Florida the week before the PGA to work with them for 3 days. And I thought that was a terrific sign. I thought that was a sign that Tiger felt like he could work on his game. But was he walking 18 holes every day? I doubt it. It probably to conserve. But if you're not able to do that, it just kind of, to me, suggests that you're afraid that overdoing it is going to impact you. Well, I think you got to get used to that, though. It's such a double-edged sword here. I mean, if he practices too much and walks too much, he's going to be too sore to play. But if he doesn't practice and walk enough, how is he going to play? So we're kind of at that point where we were when he was having a lot of back problems, and he would not practice much and stay away from it, hoping that the time away would let him heal, and then he's not prepared. Now, I thought his game was actually really good. Even on Saturday in the 79, he played like the last 5 holes and 1 under to break 80. He still has the skills. It's just that I think,
Right.
When the pain gets into your mind, and it just makes it really hard. And, I hope he's able to play the Open, and then maybe after that you shut it down and you kind of get ready for next year.
He's Bob Harig, Sports Illustrated. The book, Tiger and Phil, Golf's Most Fascinating Rivalry. Follow him on Twitter at Bob Harig, Harig. Bob, we're up against it. Thanks so much for your time. Safe travels. Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening. David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com. Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Mark, we're playing golf.
Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Go to floridasportsnetwork.com to sign up now.
I'd like to thank Budweiser, Twin Peaks, and Southwest Florida Golf Carts. Got some good stuff there, flgolfcarts.com.
Where are you going to go? floridasportsnetwork.com. Sign up for our tournament Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Your golf will include your foursome and a chance to have lunch and awards after.
Sign up at floridasportsnetwork.com.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
By the way, I just thought of this. Those guys want to, end this thing and want to show their team players. Run our fucking promo for the golf tournament. You don't want to run the promo? Not interested in being a team player.
You know what? It's a good point. I may call Marty after the show. Oh, tomorrow I'm having lunch with Bruce. He asked me last week about Talk to Golf Tournament. He goes, I don't know how busy David is with you traveling. He wasn't being...
No, I know. Unfortunately, I signed up to broadcast the A-Sun baseball tournament this week.
Okay. And he wasn't like, it wasn't, yeah. He's like, I know David's got a lot going on. He goes, I'm going to be in town. You want to go? I'm like, absolutely. I tried to meet it. I love it. They're so radio guys. Because I said Forge. He goes, let's do something by you. I'm like, Forge, how about Twin Peaks at noon? I just don't want to eat the food. It's not good.
Right.
I mean, I will. I can go look at.
Right.
I can go look at Pretty Women.
Yeah. Wait a minute. The Newfoundland announcers were making fun of people in America and our ability to understand hockey?
Well, wouldn't you if you were in Newfoundland? I don't necessarily think that that's so bad.
You're trying to prop yourself up here? Did you get any feedback over there from anybody? Radio, TV, everything okay? I got to admit, the show went faster than I thought it would. Thought it flew. I'm running on about a quarter of a tank here. So what do you want to do here? Want to have fun with me?
Yeah, we gotta do a little mega cast here. I'm going after your nickname. I laughed so hard watching it. I'm like, look at that motherfucker. He finally picked his own fucking nickname. Wanted this nickname for 10 years.
They had no idea what to call me. They had no idea how to reference me. I'm like, well, just, writer, spotter, researcher. I don't know. So they went with researcher.
I loved it. David Moulton, researcher.
Yeah.
It was.
Okay.
I laughed at the one. I don't know if you saw the screenshot that somebody who likes that Chris Solomon, ripped the show apart. I don't know if you saw it. It was because it was on that feed.
Okay.
And basically, has Lava Man ever watched golf before? And I'm like, that's what you're taking away from, I don't need to defend you. I mean, I actually thought it was quite a compliment that you got bashed on Twitter. To me.
Well, wow. Okay.
I might read that.
15 seconds.
I have to admit, I mean, if you want to, there's a lot to make fun of me about, but come on, I did not sound dumb.
No.
Right. I mean, come on, dude.
I walked out to my wife and I said, he's killing it.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Bonus hour, Miller and Moulton on this Monday. Big day for us. We were just on in 5 Michigan markets in Toledo, Ohio. What in the wide world of sports is going on here? It's been kind of a remarkable handful of days for Miller and Moulton, broadcasting on outlets that we never envisioned we'd be on.
You were on ESPN before Tiger Woods teed off on Saturday.
Apparently, a few people watched Tiger play golf.
This just in.
So, and I don't know if any of you saw it, but obviously ESPN televises the early portion. They televise Thursday, Friday of the Masters and PGA. And because of that if they can get permission from the Masters and the PGA of America, they can do other things. And so they asked the PGA of America, hey, we would like to try a mega cast, basically a Manning cast only on golf. And they went with Peyton Manning's production company, Omaha Productions, which Michael Kay and A-Rod are not a Omaha Productions megacast. That's, I think, is ESPN just trying to do it themselves. So Joe Buck texted me and said, hey, may need you. If you can't make it, I understand. And I laughed and I go, yeah, people like me, we turn down working with people like you all the time, man. Just too busy. Got an ASUN softball tournament. Sorry, can't make it.
Yeah, I would have been able to fill in for that.
Exactly.
If we had the ASUN softball. I'd have been giddy about that. Are you kidding me?
So
I watched a lot of softball this weekend.
Did UCF beat Michigan on Saturday?
Yes.
Okay, because last I saw that game was like 2-2 in the 9th. They were playing a bunch of extra innings. So, all right, thank you for that. All right, so back to the megacast here. So this show was, Mark, I thought Thursday was, did you ever do any school play?
No. And to be honest, looking back, one of my true regrets. I never did any acting, and I wish I would have.
Well, by the way, this just in, your daughter's going to be in the school plays. In fact,
I'm aware.
I've got money that your daughter's going to be the lead, okay, or in that lead, top 4 characters in plays. All right, with her personality, and she's intelligent and she's very vocal, your daughter is going to be a grade school, middle school, theatrical star if she wants to be.
Oh, good.
Hey, Mark, playing Martha Washington in George Washington is a big role. It is. All right. It's where I got my crush on Patty Sisolak, Mark. It's a big role. It's a big opportunity.
Who were you?
Believe it or not, I was George.
You were George.
I was George.
Huh,
yes.
Look at that.
In sneakers. Yes. And the caption, somebody, the local paper, they come and they take the picture and what have you. And literally in the caption, they're like David Moulton, Patty Sisolak in the roles of George and Martha Washington. All right. And then in parentheses, they go, didn't realize George wore Converse.
Had to move quickly. It was
Right.
important.
So I thought Thursday was like doing the dress rehearsal, only actually doing it on ESPN and ESPN2. Every guest showed up, though. There was no moments of pause. They went from guest to guest to guest to guest to guest to guest to guest for 4 hours. And so, fat old guys sitting on the side behind a desk. And, I'm even looking at it on camera going, what the hell am I doing here? And I think I was on the air for 26 seconds total on Thursday. But then, that we didn't have every segment booked and what have you. So they actually needed to show a little golf, talk a little golf, which is what I was there for. So over time, all of a sudden, instead of 2-3 times in 4 hours, it became 5 times. And by the weekend, it became 6, 7, 8 times a show. And it's like, holy blank, I'm actually on ESPN.
Well, like I said, Saturday when you guys did the hour before, because it would go Sports Center, Megacast, PGA Championship. That's what's going on. And, in today's world, how many people are watching Sports Center compared to what they used to?
Not many.
Fractions.
Right.
I get it. But there's still a pretty decent amount. That's their go-to when they get up in the morning is just plop ESPN.
Yeah, they got 500,000 viewers on a Saturday morning watching Sports Center.
So then Tiger's teeing off because he didn't play well, just made the cut. You're going to get Tiger Woods in a decent amount of Tiger Woods coverage.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden they go to your dumbass before the... It's like 6:56 and Buck throws it to you. And I'm like, I'll be damned. Look at the big fella. I mean, it wasn't Club Pro guy, but it was still pretty good.
Right. And thank goodness it wasn't. So, on the weekend, had a little bit more fun. Michael Collins has a nickname. He's America's caddy, but also during the course of the broadcast, he had divulged something about somebody calls him Turtle. So then, they took a picture of him and put a turtle on it and this, that, and the other thing. And there was a turtle walking the course and all that. All right, having fun with it. So Buck at one point turns to me and says, Moulton, you need a nickname. Do you have a nickname? Well, it's national television here. I mean, I can't hem and haw the way we do on Miller and Moulton.
No.
I got to keep this together. And so the only two things, for whatever, I thought Moulton, lava, because when people say how to pronounce your name, I always say Moulton as in lava.
Right. You've wanted that nickname for a long time.
I don't know.
Been working with you for a long time, David. That's the nickname that you wanted.
So I, it just comes out, Lava Man, Moulton as in lava. Because Joe even looked at me and I went, Moulton as in lava, Moulton lava. And he goes, oh. And then because Michael was being called Turtle, and they were talking about, maybe what animal would I be? Well, because I'm fat, what do I always joke about?
The manatee.
And it goes the alliteration, Moulton manatee, that sort of deal. So I threw that out. So, kind of like you, they make fun of me for the, final hour and a half of the show. I didn't realize, because I didn't have a monitor nearby, I have no idea what camera I'm on. There was no light when you look in, this camera's taking, I had no idea. There were 3 cameras. I never knew which camera I was on.
Oh, wow.
Ever. So I was either looking kind of straight ahead or looking at Joe and Michael, who were just off at like 1:30 from where I was sitting. And so apparently they were having some fun with the graphics. They were like, putting nickname or
Lava Man came on. I took a snapshot out of it and tweeted it out, David.
That was the first time that I realized, oh wow, they're actually running with this. I thought this was just a 15-second little audio joke. Ha ha ha. Now back to Joe and Michael, and we'll interview someone important. And yeah, Omaha Productions, I guess they put together, because you sent out a tweet that said, look at this, he's Lava Man. I really prefer Manatee.
Yeah, I said he finally gets the nickname of his choosing. I still like Manatee better. I did say you were killing it because I thought you did a great job. And that was actually, now that someone pointed out, when you came on, they asked you what was going to happen. You said Zalatoris is going to win. It's over.
Yeah.
That was your 26 seconds there. But it's right before Tiger comes on. I mean, is as well viewed as the mega cast was going to get, was probably right there.
Certainly on the weekend.
Well, I would even think because you're on in the middle of the day on Thursday and Friday. People work. So I could be wrong, but I thought that was probably the peak of it. But you did manage to get your nickname out there. Couple of questions for you.
Okay.
Did at any point, because if you've listened to this show for a while, I dubbed David the franchise many years ago.
Right.
Because he's better at this than I am, and I have no problem. I'm a good foil for David at times, and I can do my own show, and I've done that. But David I've always said this, he's very, very good at this. I think I'm a better play-by-play guy than I am a sports talk show host. There just aren't a lot of play-by-play gigs out there for me these days. So did you think at all of saying the franchise?
No. See, I never think of that. Ever. I don't think of the nickname that Stan and Haney gave
Well, I knew
me
that.
20 years ago. I'd never referred to myself as that. I have people who still come up to me and call me that, which is, obviously more a reflection on their popularity than mine. But nope. I've never, ever thought of a nickname or anything. But it also came about because we had Stanford Steve on Saturday when the conditions were really rough. And
man, did he look miserable
yeah,
during that.
well,
It
yeah.
was cold and he's holding it with a bare hand. I thought it was funny because he was gritting through that segment and doing a yeoman's job gritting through it.
And I was actually giving the weather updates throughout the show on Saturday and tried to throw in the occasional, sports and traffic coming up in 20 minutes. And so Joe made reference to like me and Stanford Steve, and I went, hey, hold on now. Stanford Steve, the Bear, okay, they're on my Mount Rushmore, baby. I go, when you're in my shoes, they're the gold standard. I said, there's 2 spots available. I want one of them. And so anyway, so then that led into Sunday and nicknames because Stanford Steve, the Bear, you got to have a nickname, that sort of deal.
But hey, all in all, of what I watched, and I didn't watch all of it, I thought it worked. The interviews were terrific. They could have gotten you a little bigger desk.
Yes, they could have. It really did feel, I said this on air, it really did feel like the grade school desk I had in our apartment, which was red. And I just said, these guys painted this one white, but otherwise it's really the same desk and same chair.
They had a lot of toys there that you probably didn't need.
Correct. Made it look like a golf set, but they hardly ever use them. Yes. Don't know if they need to spend as much money on the set as they did next time.
Yeah, little takeaways because what you were doing, but I will tell you, Daly was just hysterical.
The interviews were tremendous. If you were open to the content, if you really wanted golf, well, obviously it's not going to be as good a coverage as the people who are only televising the golf. But if you were open to an alternative broadcast, it was pretty good.
And, obviously you're close with Joe. I like Joe. I find Joe funny. I think he's self-deprecating. I think he gets it, but not everybody likes that style. And not everybody likes him.
Right. Absolutely. As he joked about at the top of the broadcast. Hey, Michael, I don't know if you heard, but I did golf, and golf Twitter loved me. Miller and Moulton. No nicknames needed here on the Florida Sports Network.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost clubhead speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the Chicken Bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Oh, they know. Don't worry.
This
They know 104.3's. Adam, 104.3's on there. Yeah, we know. We got to go out there and read. Okay, good. Good to know. Wancho, I am so with you. When Joe went box of Cheez-Its, I thought for sure it was a White Castle story. I could not agree with you more, Wancho. I thought we had a White Castle story coming out of nowhere.
Never made it to the castle. Never.
Yeah, but if you're on the inside of this joke, right, and he mentions a bag of, I'm like, no, I was the same way.
Michael Collins lives in Gainesville.
That's what you're saying.
I thought he lived in Orlando. You know, all the golfer, caddy, easier to fly, the whole deal. But apparently he's been in Gainesville a while. I told him about Mick Hubert on Thursday or Friday. He was like, no. Like, yeah.
So we're going to get a few more America Caddy appearances after this? Did you hit Collins up?
Oh, yeah. Told him point blank. Listen, we got it. And he goes, oh, yeah, just text me. He goes, now, my wife did send me a text saying, hey, you and I need to have a vacation. Got it? He goes, so, next few weeks, it may be hit or miss.
Yeah, live them alone till open week.
Yeah.
You don't need them at 4 times a year, man.
Right.
Need you 4 times a year. Maybe the players, 5, and then if somebody gets hurt.
Yep, he was good. But like I told Joe had met him and then what have you. But, Joe said, what do you think? And I go, oh, Joe. I said, there's not a better person in that company than you could do this with.
Because he doesn't.
Well, and he's entertaining.
But that's
he
what
knows
I mean.
what he's talking about.
He doesn't.
No,
he's
not
worried,
at all.
He's not worried about what people think about what he has to say.
At all.
Very confident person. That's
Yes.
what I meant.
Not at all. Knows everybody. Most everybody likes him.
David, I did not even remember the Preakness was on.
What show is this?
Must have been last night.
Was this in Dallas?
Yeah.
I love him. I love him. I think he's great. By the way, this is how sensitive athletes from today are. Do you see the Draymond Green Barkley thing? When Barkley just was busting his chops, good natured, going, Draymond, why are you warming up? You don't shoot. You don't shoot anymore. And Draymond got bothered by that for a little bit until finally Chuck was like, come on, dude.
Well, Draymond goes, at some point in the game, I'm going to be wide open and I'm going to take the 3 and I'm going to hit it. And that night, that happened in the fourth quarter. And I could not believe it. Well, I could believe it because it's Draymond Green. The same guy who was this close from winning a finals MVP in 2016. This close.
Hall of Famer? I say no.
Yes.
Draymond?
He's a Hall of Famer.
So he will be. I don't know if he is, but he will be.
He's a Hall of Famer.
Once again, go back to Izzo. Izzo wouldn't let him shoot.
Here we go.
Michigan and Florida, connected by tourism and I-75. Now back to Miller and Moulton.
You know we're not on a Michigan right now.
Yeah, I know,
We're
but
just
I
on
put it in the
Florida.
system, so
Well,
you know.
what? You can't have the Florida ones in the system. I mean,
There was like 10 of these too.
I know.
Yeah, I put all of them. That's why they're carrying on to the local hour.
I know, but I already heard that one.
Oh, you did?
And there was a rejoinder that aired twice during the show, which I thought was odd because there's only 6 rejoinders and we cut 9 or 10 of them.
That's all.
Just throwing that out there.
Good. It's a good thing it's the local hour.
Miller and Moulton. The bonus hour, the local hour, whatever you want to call it. You're on the Florida Sports Network. And for those of you that don't know and may not have been listening, the gentleman that owns the Florida Sports Network also owns the Michigan Sports Network. Their morning guy's taking off this week. He said, how about if I just simulcast you two yahoos? We're like, well,
it's cheaper.
You're the boss. Just so you know, we're going to do the same damn show. Just don't know if they'll like it, but okay. So hence the Florida and Michigan references there. FloridaSportsNetwork.com is where you can go to sign up for our golf tournament. It's coming up in 19 days, Saturday, June 11th. Saturday, June 11th. And, well, obviously we'd like to fill it up, raise as much money as possible for Folds of Honor and one other local charity. But also we want to see as many of you as possible. We haven't had an event in 3 years for a variety of reasons, either not being gainfully employed or a pandemic. And so we'd like to see you. Come on out. West Bay.
What were the 2 reasons again?
Well, not being gainfully employed.
Mm-hmm.
And, oh, by the way, a pandemic. Of which people, by the way, who listen to the show are painfully aware of both. I mean, they're well aware about our employment history. Because here's the other thing that we found out. We were at the 4-letter network. We did 10 years together. Then we went to the 3-letter network. There are a lot of people in this town totally unaware that we did 4 years on the 3-letter network.
That is staggering to me, given the fact that they actually did more marketing for us in the 4 years than was ever done in the 10 previous. I mean, they actually promoted the show on television a lot.
Well, right. A little 5-second thing.
Yeah, with both of our mugs. But
right.
I mean, like during the Masters and the NFC Championship game and March Madness. I mean,
right.
When these sports were going on.
Right. The people who own that 3-letter network station that, own Wink.
Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, we'd get that 5-second thing during NFL, college football. I mean, the SEC does pretty well in these parts.
Right.
The Masters, college basketball. I mean, you'd think a few people would have gone, wow, they're on, they're back. Where can I find them? Nope, apparently, nope. So that's why I want to do a golf tournament. I want to say hi to everybody. We're here, we're back, whatever the case may be with you. We are Miller and Moulton. Go to FloridaSportsNetwork.com. 19 days from now, Saturday, June 11th. Hope to see you at the Miller and Moulton Golf Tournament.
Just how stunned are you right now that the Lightning Panther series is 3-0?
Oh, I'm stunned. And I'm also stunned because the Panthers have scored 1 goal in all 3 games. Even though he's the best goalie in the world, and Hedman's a top 3 defenseman in the world, and McDonough, as John Forslund said, and, I'm a Rangers fan. McDonough started on the Rangers. He was their number 1 defenseman for 6 years. And Forslund's right. I mean, McDonough on 2/3 of the teams in the league would be their number 1 defenseman. But on the Lightning, he can anchor the second defensive pairing because the other guy's going to play 28, 30 minutes and play them really well. And so with the 2 of them on the ice for about 52 out of 60 minutes a night, yeah, they're a tough out. But 1 goal, 1 goal, 1 goal. With no Braden Point either, who's their best defensive center, to be able to, go up against Barkov or whoever else that they were in theory going to put him up against.
And I
I'm
will say
surprised
what
about.
we talked about on Friday is obviously incredibly apparent. They're in their heads.
Oh, yeah.
And whatever happens to Florida beyond this year, it's almost as if they're going to need to be, I don't care what Tampa team it is, they're going to need to beat them in the playoffs to exercise this, because this is now become a case of gripping the state, throw every cliche into a blender and put them all in and come up with one great cliche, because that's what this is offensively for Florida right now. They're getting the chances, they're getting opportunities, but when they're not scoring. The McDonough save off of his stick on the empty netter on the power play yesterday that would have made it 2-2.
Well, and that's one of those you just start to think, you go, we're just not going to beat these guys because that's ridiculous. That he just throws a stick out there and our shot hits it. I mean, come on, that should be in the back of the net, not just 99 times out of 100, maybe 999 times out of 1,000. We're just not going to beat these guys. But listen, whether it's hockey, we can all find the teams who couldn't in the NHL get out of their division. Winnipeg never won a series against Edmonton, ever. Dale Hawerchuk those Jets had some really damn good teams. Nope, could not beat Edmonton, ever. Lost like 3 game sevens. One of them in Winnipeg. Nope, just couldn't beat them. And there have been other sports. I mean, we got divisions in the NFL and what have you. I mean, let's face it right now. Who's beating the Chiefs in the West? Until somebody does, they're the Lightning.
That's probably the division to go to as well, because it's got 3 really good teams, or at least so we think.
And this year they're thinking maybe 4 with, Russ and Denver.
But it's been the Chargers' bugaboo.
Yeah, totally. I mean, they had them last year. They had them at home. Did the Chargers in mid-December on a Thursday night. Win. That division's now yours. You could be the one even. And they had a fourth quarter lead. Nope. Sorry, boys. We're the Kansas City Chiefs, and this is an AFC West game. Yeah, and we'll take it from here. Hey, until 2004, baby. I mean, Red Sox, Yankees. At some point, you got to slay the dragon. And it sucks until you slay. It really does.
Which makes what the Bucks are doing even more odd. Because in the regular season, the Saints have their number. But it didn't continue to the postseason.
Nope. Turnovers were 4-0 in that game in favor of Tampa. And the other 4 games they played, the Saints have just owned them in every category. Hell, I think they've got 2 pick sixes on Brady in the 4 regular season meetings. Miller and Moulton. Panthers are cooked. It's just a matter of whether or not they're going to keep their coach. Now, I don't think they're going to make major changes either. I mean, they got basically their core signed. I think they need a stud defenseman, and they're going to have to add a little different grit on that team. But I think it'll be tinkering more than anything else.
Totally. I totally agree with you.
But the series that's still very much alive is basketball in Boston tonight, in which, winner's going to get Golden State. They're up 3-0 on Dallas if you missed it.
And I think it's 146-0 in basketball, our teams with a 3-0 lead in the series. So that's done.
I think only 4 teams who down 3-0 have even forced a Game 7 in NBA history.
Hey, I just want to say really quick, Coco Gauff, after her French Open match, said that she is a Heat fan and says that she checked the score in the morning to see if we won. She said we.
She's a superstar or a star.
She's a star.
There's a little more.
She's a professional tennis player.
She's also a human that's a Heat fan just like me.
I understand your argument, okay? And you know what? You'll probably get some compassion from the jury with your argument. But I think, once again, the star factor will win out. Until you become Felipe Alvarez, the star that you're going to be.
Yeah, until 2 people not named Miller and Moulton know your last name.
Right.
Right now, you're just Felipe.
Right.
I had friends over the weekend. They like you, Felipe. They say, I like Felipe on the show.
My granddaughter stares up at Felipe the fan. We have named the fan that she stares at after you. Problem is, nobody outside the whole Miller Moulton family really know who you are.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost clubhead speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Mark, we're playing golf.
Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Go to floridasportsnetwork.com to sign up now.
I'd like to thank Budweiser, Twin Peaks, and Southwest Florida Golf Carts. Got some good stuff there, flgolfcarts.com.
Where are you going to go? floridasportsnetwork.com. Sign up for our tournament Saturday, June 11th, a scramble at the West Bay Club in Estero. Your golf will include your foursome and a chance to have lunch and awards after.
Sign up at floridasportsnetwork.com.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Did it go fast today?
We were finishing up Bob Harig. I looked at the thing. I go, holy shit, that's why I'm like, we're done.
Damn it. So Troy gets back to me late last night, and I didn't see it. I was already on the Charlotte flight, and I didn't check after I landed. I raced home and went to bed. Oh, hold on. Can't you want to tape right after the show?
Yeah.
Hey, Felipe. Okay, this can't go out over the air.
No, you can't say it right now. Walk over there.
Yeah. All right, good. Tape Troy. Top of the hour. Use it tomorrow. hold it through Wednesday. You know, whatever. I figure we'd go, you know, if you want.
Put him at 7:38.
Okay.
Unless you want to put him at 8.
No, 7:38, because we have a harder time getting interviews at 7. Yeah.
We can promote it tomorrow with Troy Aikman.
Yeah.
We haven't Pat Wednesday. We haven't Pat tomorrow.
Pat tomorrow. Hey, did you send me that number?
What of the?
I have not gotten it.
So 3. It's the.
No, it's not. He says it's
Yeah,
not.
it's weird. It says it hasn't delivered.
Okay.
Just. There it did. It came through. Yeah, there it is.
Ten seconds.
Michigan and Florida, where, let's face it, if it wasn't for Tom Brady, there would be 4 bad NFL teams between them. Now back to Miller and Moulton.
Look, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry.
Here's my question. Are the regular rejoiners in the computer somewhere?
Yes, but I'd have to find them and.
Okay.
You
just
mean
had,
so that last 20-minute segment wasn't enough time?
just had 7 minutes during a break. Miller and Moulton here on the Florida Sports Network. But yes, simulcasting this week in Michigan, in 5 markets, and also in Toledo, Ohio. So hence the Michigan, Florida, what we call a rejoiner. Got a few questions in our Twitch chat room. Will there be another mega cast for the golf, and will I be involved? There will not be one this year because of ESPN does not have any sort of connection or rights to the U.S. Open and Open Championship. That's an NBC thing. So the cable channel involves the golf channel, and the regular network's NBC. So, but ESPN has an agreement with CBS to do the early rounds of the Masters and the PGA, and so that opened up the possibility for doing something extra. You need permission from the Masters and the PGA of America. I don't even know if Joe was under contract to do something with the Masters, but what do you think the odds are in our lifetime of a mega cast involving the Masters?
I won't give it a 0% chance.
Okay.
I'll give it a 3% chance. I've learned to never say never, if you know what I mean. But
I think I may go under, though. I really will. I think I may go under with that. So I think there will be another one next year involving the PGA. I don't know if it'll be 4 hours a day. You know, they'll sit around, they'll figure out what worked, what didn't, too long. You know, like I had an interesting comment from someone whose opinion I respect, in which they thought it worked better on the weekend because the golf that was being shown was not nearly as important. And so the alternative broadcast with basically, you know, Seb Straka 12 over. I mean, does it matter if Joe and Michael and a guest are talking over Sepp Straka hitting his approach into 3?
No, and it's actually where it allowed you to shine a little bit, because if there's, hey, how many players are under par on the golf course right now? Because it's a good indicator. These are still the best players in the world.
Right.
When you say there's only 3 guys on the whole course right now that are under par. Well, if I'm getting ready to watch at 1:00,
Right.
more like 2:30 when the leaders are teeing off. Now in my head, I'm going, well,
It's hard.
it's going to be pretty tough to come. Somebody could fall apart, but it's going to be tough to come back from.
So, I'll worry about that a year from now. And hey, I said it to Joe before we even started. I go, listen, if you don't need me. I get paid whether I'm on the air or not, or at least I think I do. So, I got the research right here, because I was actually the first couple days, I was giving far more information during the commercial breaks than I was on air, and to keep them updated on the golf, because they had to concentrate on the interviews.
Right.
Somebody had to watch the golf. So it was great, though, when you have someone, and there are people that are listening right now that are such big golf fans, in which you could tell who so many of the golfers are just by their stance, by their body type and their stance. Now, it'd be nice if the graphic was there to let you know and what have you. Well, Michael Collins knows all these guys, and so he batted like 95% at being able to just look at a screen and go,
That's so-and-so.
Right.
But to me, it was more for the rest of us. If I'm watching the golf and they're interviewing whomever,
Right.
the little shot that says David Moulton 4 under wouldn't be a bad thing.
I completely agree. But one of the things that we ran into is that while there is some separation, there's not enough of it apparently to do the graphics. Like they could do, if you noticed, the graphics they controlled were the edges of the screen. That's how they could, type, my nickname and all that. That they could do. But they couldn't get it on the main golf screen.
And this is stuff that they'll all break down and figure out when they do it again what would change, if anything. And that's not our job. Our job, well, right now is for this.
Leave it to the oldest guy in the show, and definitely the oldest soul, to live in the past. Here's David Moulton with Today Was the Day When...
1785, Mark, is where we start. Ben Franklin invented bifocals. Hey, come on now. That's a biggie. Let's be honest. At some point in time, most of us will go, hey, thanks, Ben.
Yes. The only reason I won't is that I have LASIK, or I'd be doing it right now.
Let's see. It was 177 years ago, 1845. The New York Police Department is formed. What did they have before they formed the New York Police Department? Apparently they had, and I'm quoting, an old night watch system. Man, can't imagine that went well.
A lot of trust there.
Jesse James in 1867, 155 years ago today, the Jesse James gang robbed a bank in Missouri. They killed 2 people. They left with $4,000. A lot of money back then. First ever Preakness, Mark, was run on this day in 1873. Survivor was the winner. Get this time. Because, the Preakness now is like
150.
I mean, Secretary was what, 152, 154.
Yeah.
So, between 155 and, 2 minutes, but usually in the 156 range. 243. Wow.
Slow.
Yeah.
I need much better training mechanisms.
Well, they didn't have Baffert there, it's just
What
cheating,
the hell was D.
right?
Wayne Lucas doing?
Come on, he's not that old. But you were saying, though, without the Kentucky Derby winner in the Preakness.
I missed it.
And you're a horse racing guy.
I missed it.
You know what else? I'll take some of the blame here. I didn't book Kurt Becker.
I know.
I thought about it. I'm like, Preakness coming up Friday. But we had a pretty packed show. I was sleep deprived, and I didn't book them. That's on me, because that helps you remember.
It does, but that's on me too.
The first cross-country trip in an automobile began on this day in 1903.
Ended in 1912.
Don't laugh. That's part of the story. They left San Francisco for New York. So they left on May 23rd. When do you think they arrived?
July 8th.
26th. How about that? 9 weeks it took them to go 3,000 miles.
No snow tires on that. They had to get through the mountains, David.
That's like 50 miles a day is what that is. 60 times 50 is 3,000. That's how many miles it is, San Francisco. You're doing 50 miles a day. Yeah, exactly. Automobile got off to a slow start. Boom, boom. Bonnie and Clyde killed on this day in an ambush in a small town in Louisiana in 1934. The BBC on this day in 1969. Although actually, I don't know if it was 67 or 69.
Can't read your own writing?
No, I really can't. I should do a better job. But they ordered 13 episodes of Monty Python's Flying Circus.
Good choice.
It was also on the same day that The Who released Tommy, the rock opera. Seems to have held up pretty well over time.
Yes, it has.
I'll say 67.
Okay.
It looks more like a 7 than a 9, but there's a little bit of a... So that would be 55 years ago. The Shining was released on this day in 1980. The Tigers won their 16th straight road game on this day in 84. All part of that 35 and
5.
Also on the same day in 84, Mark, Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom was released. All right. I may do something this weekend that I haven't done in a couple years. I think I'm going to go see Top Gun.
Really?
Yeah. I'm kind of, part of it, we had John Hamm on, and he's in it. All right. He plays one of the Navy admirals dressing down Tom Cruise.
Gotcha.
So, but, I read something about Val Kilmer was in it for a brief appearance. And, it was one of the bigger movies of our youth. It's a
huge
BFD.
Huge.
So I'm thinking I think I'll have some time on Sunday. I'm just saying. So Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom released on this day in 84. The Shining on this day in 80. Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom on this day in 84. The final episode in syndication of Star Trek The Next Generation ran today in 94. Don't know how many of you are Trekkies. Don't know how many of you liked Star Trek The Next Generation.
But for those of you that did, feel like you had some help today from David.
4 years ago, NFL owners approve a new national anthem policy. If you are out there for the anthem, you must stand, but you don't have to be out there for the anthem. Remember what a big deal that was?
Yeah.
It's going to take down the NFL. This whole Kaepernick anthem thing. It was 4 years ago. How they doing?
Pretty well.
Revenue's up?
Yeah. Viewership is even up.
It was a year ago today. Phil won the PGA.
Ooh.
We think we've had long years. Rosemary Clooney, Marvelous Marvin Hagler, and Scatman Crothers. 3 who call May 23rd their birthday who are no longer with us. Mark, Drew Carey is 64. Joan Collins is 89. Mitch Albom is 64. Jewel is 48. Aaron Donald is 31. If you're the Rams, you're gonna do that long term. It's 31. And Jay Feely's 46, and that is today was the day. I know I missed some stuff,
I got nothing.
especially on birthdays.
I had nothing. No big birthdays I saw. I was just checking my music sites.
Did you ever look and see if it was 67 or 69?
No.
Okay.
I'll give you it's one or the other.
So you're putting about as much effort into this as Felipe did with the rejoinders then.
Yeah, I'm not double checking your segment today. No, you're absolutely right. You want me to take it back? I'll take it back and I'll pay attention to it. Otherwise, no. It's
If
yours.
you want to take it back, knock yourself out.
I've been waiting. I've been waiting for you to say, I really am done with this thing.
Gotta
You've
remember.
heard folks elsewhere mock Florida is gonna Florida. Well, Mark Miller sees it differently. He calls it the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
Gotta remember though, at the time that I started doing it, you were doing everything. I felt guilty.
You shouldn't have. Came back and bit you, didn't it? For the good, this is just a funny story, and I like it. Kelsey Golden works in media marketing for a school. She's working on the school yearbook at home, and her kid starts grabbing at her phone. So she just gives the phone up. She says he likes to play on the camera feature so he can look at his reflection. But apparently he was hitting buttons this time. And when 30 McDonald's cheeseburgers showed up with a by DoorDash at the front door, she was taken aback a bit. The crazy part is, she says no one in our family even eats cheeseburgers. The kid not only bought 30 cheeseburgers, he left a 25% tip on DoorDash, and the order came to $91.70. Good for him.
Yeah, good for him.
Don't give your phone up to the 2-year-old. For the bad, we go to Charlotte County, where a Kissimmee man is in a little bit of trouble because, well, he's a jerk. His name's Joshua Rutherford, and David, I am a self-proclaimed parking lot vigilante. I do not like people in the fire lane at Publix waiting for their significant other to come in and out of the pack and ship store while creating a traffic jam for everybody else in the place. This motorcyclist did one step further. There was a car parked in a handicap spot without a handicap sticker, so he decided to beat up the guy in the driver's seat. When the wife came out, he knocked her down, and then she said she was going to mace him. That's when he took off on the motorcycle.
I mean, I take my handicap spot, violations pretty seriously, but even I wouldn't go that far.
For the ugly, we go to Cape Coral, where people are keeping an eye out for a pickup truck that was caught driving through an empty lot that was filled with gopher tortoise burrows. Easy for me to say. You can see the pickup truck just doing lap and lap where you're in a clear area with 10 marked gopher tortoise burrows. People in Cape Coral on the lookout. If you see the pickup, let people know you found it and get this jackass the trouble he deserves. Can't be messing with the gopher tortoise. And that, David, is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, this 23rd of May, 2022.
Do you guys know what network the Heat Celtics game is on tonight?
ESPN?
ABC.
Ooh.
How about that? 2 hockey playoff games. They're both on Turner. 7 o'clock. The Lightning will eliminate the Panthers. And at 9:30, Game 4, Avalanche Blues. They hate each other. They're knocking each other's players out of the game. They ain't happy about it. Got any baseball tonight? Oh, yeah. Well, full slate. All right. Don't have the Rays or the Marlins playing, though. But we got a full slate. And the A's are on the road, so we can't even play guess the attendance.
Lightning Panthers done tonight? Is it sweet?
Oh, yeah. Head coach says they're not playing hard enough. They ain't going to play for him tonight.
Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening. We'll be back at it tomorrow.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters.